Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Tonight in our studies, we are moving from the higher self and the lower self to the spirit. So in this particular section of the book, we're going to be covering 3 paths. The first path is the path of Gimel, the High Priestess. This is the path that connects Tiphareth to Kether. This is the long desert. And in this desert, you've got to have faith, you've got to have trust, and you've got to know the difference between your ego, your higher self, and the spirit. The next path will be the path of Zain. This is the lovers. This isn't about connecting with another. Zain is represented by a sword, so we're talking about slicing, cutting, and having discernment between truth and false, between outer and inner, between higher self and lower self, conscious and subconscious. Next, we have the path of He, which is the emperor, and it's all about internal rulership, internal leadership, learning to become the king from within. So hopefully you've taken notes and you're ready to begin. Let's go. Peace, and greetings to all my favorite people. Hope you're doing well. Let me know if you can hear the audio still, if everything's cool. Uh-oh. Don't want any technical difficulties before we start. If you're here, I appreciate you very much for all your support. And if you feel so inclined, go ahead and hit me up on Cash App or PayPal. The link is posted in the chat. In any case, let's get into part 3 of section 2. We're wrapping up what's happening with the soul and how the soul connects to the Holy Spirit, the highest of the high, the Most High. So let's get into it. Peace. Fat Tony in the building. Peace. It's that knowledge you can't get in college. Right? We're here to demonstrate that ain't nobody bigger than the program. Zero, peace and greetings. Always great to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a good night. Star Lion, peace. Good to see you. WT, back in the building. Good to see you, my brother. Sly, peace. E-Town, peace and greetings. 9 Volta, peace. Framestar Films, my fellow Magus. Hope you're doing well. Benjamin 37, peace. A promising student rising up in the ranks. Ashley B, my fellow cyclomate. My fellow magic magus wielder. Peace to you. Peace and greetings to everybody tonight. So we're gonna attempt to tackle these 3 chapters. I think we can do it. What do you think? Louis in the building. Peace. The web stretches across infinity. We in here. So let's go, man. Let's go. And I thank you for your donations. I appreciate that. Let's keep these lights on. Let's keep this coffee mug filled so we can pump out that information. Let's keep these Goatia shorts going, right? Because these programs ain't cheap. But seriously, thank you. All right, so if the audio is perfect, we'll go ahead and jump into it. As you know, 13th path is represented by the High Priestess, also known as Gimel. Now, the symbol here is a camel. And you got to understand the culture and the time frame that most of this information was studied. We're dealing with camels that walk across these vast stretches of desert. So you can see how important the symbol of a camel can be in reference to what's happening here on the Tree of Life. And in case you might have forgotten where that path is going to be located, just take a look at the front cover of your mystical Kabbalah text, which I know you got right next to you. The path of Gimel is right here, going from Kether to Tiphareth. That is the longest path on this whole tree. And the most important path, because this is the spine, this is the backbone. If you remember when we were talking about path 19 with strength, We talked about how this was like a girder, somewhat of a brace or a transformer that took high power and broke it down so it could be consumed by the higher self and by the lower self, right? So now we're getting straight to that power. What is the power exactly that's being broken down and transformed into something digestible? We're also going to be getting into the path that connects Tiphareth to Binah, the divine feminine, the great mother, matter, the matrix, Prakriti, whatever you want to call her. And then we've got the path that's going to be going to the divine masculine, the path to Hakma, where the pattern of God is taking form. So notice, this is why we've got to do all three of these chapters in one sitting, because we're talking about how Tiphareth, how the heart of the higher self and the heart of your very existence connects to Kether, Hakma, and Binah. We got to go through all of it so we can put it all together and compare and contrast. All right, so I'm going to try my best to get through this without too much delay. Without too much delay. Kevin McKenzie, peace, peace. Zero says we can do it. All right, if you're down, I'm down. Shit, I'm down either way. Randy says 1 John 4:1 reads, "Dear friends, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world." Amen to that, brother. Test the spirit by the spirit. That's how you know. Good advice. Good advice. Louis says, is that pretty much another aspect of Baphomet? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. As above, so below. Solve et coagula. Angel and beast. Masculine and feminine. Heaven and earth. What were you referring to specifically? Coop TGS. Peace and greetings. Randy says, 1 John 4:3 King James Version. And every spirit that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And this is that spirit of Antichrist. Good job with the Bible verses, Randy. You really on your thing tonight. Louis says, I wrote that verse down a couple days ago. Good job, Louis. I mean, good job, Randy. Really showing us that you study the Bible and you know your verses, and good job, man. Good job. You're doing great. So, Tiphareth to Kether, the key, Gimel, Camel, the spiritual significance, the moon, theory, priestess of the silver star, the high priestess. Colors, blue, silver, cold pale blue, silver rayed sky blue. Text, the 13th path is named the uniting intelligence and is so called because it is itself the essence of glory. It is the consummation of truth of individual spiritual things. All right, number one, the Yetziratic text of this path gives the whole basis of spiritual reality in a nutshell. Unity equals the essence of glory equals truth. Unity equals the essence of glory equals truth. Framestar Film says the camel brings to mind King Payman. I wonder, could there be a link to this path? That's funny because I was thinking the exact same thing. And I got to thinking about my experience with King Payman. And if we can just boil it down and say that the camel we could see is endurance and persistence and walking by faith and not by sight, then I can most certainly see echoes of that in my work with King Payman. Absolutely. Benjamin37 says, found some unicorn gummies. They had all the Kabbalistic colors. We are mystical in all aspects. Ashe to the order of the unicorn. Ashe to the order of the phoenix. Amen. Amen. God bless and keep you, brother. God bless and keep you. So unity equals the essence of glory equals truth. Also, insofar as one can say that one aspect of spiritual manifestation is more important than another, the 13th path ranks above all others. For it is on the direct line of contact between spirit and individuality. It is part of what might be called the backbone of the tree of life, a long path between spirit and earth. Kether and Malkuth, which we split for purposes of analysis into three: the 32nd path, the 25th path, and the 13th paths. You guys remember those paths, right? The 32nd path, that was represented by the world card, and we know that's your first step into existence outside of the mundane flesh. The 25th path, we talked about the first dark night of the soul. That's going to be represented by temperance, right? And of course, now we're on the 13th path, which is none other than the high priestess, none other than the representative of the Trinity. The absolute colors of these paths are the same: the blue of love and aspiration, darkening to indigo in the denser levels of form. Interesting. Two, the vertical line up the tree is the path of the arrow, the way of the mystic, who seeks not the manipulation of occult powers, but union with God. And isn't that the purpose, right? It's easy to bring people into the fold with promises of, you know, commanding the spirits of darkness or casting magical spells to manipulate reality. But honestly, all those things are a byproduct of attaining union with the Most High. The closer you get to God, all that other stuff starts to fall into place. Where's Bible verse guy at? What's that Bible verse say? Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. In other words, seek you first union with the Most High, and all that other shit comes with it. It's a package deal. But if you chase the other stuff, you're gonna miss the point. There's another verse that talks about, how we're supposed to seek the face of the Father and not just the hand, right? The hand bestows gifts, but if you seek the face, then the hand comes with it. Monica Lawan, peace and greetings. Woo got it says Jesus doesn't approve of this. Are you sure? Because I would say Jesus does approve of this. I mean, hell, Jesus is a part of this, specifically this chapter. Nah, I'm JK. Love your lives, Trav. Peace, peace to you, Woo got it. Peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna be real. Jesus would most definitely approve of this. That's why I think it's so funny when these Christians come in here with these Bible verses. I mean, Sunshine Chick, the original. Always great to see you. Peace, peace. I hope you're having a good night. Coffee's still hot. That's a great sign. All right, so that vertical line up the tree: 32nd path, 25th path, 13th path. That's called the path of the arrow, the way of the mystic. Now, the way of the mystic is the path of he who seeks not the manipulation of occult powers, but union with God. That's the whole point right there. The blue of the lower levels of this way is darker, but not because it's tainted with matter. This is an error that Crowley fell into, right? Pay attention to this part, because this is one of the reasons why people into the occult think that matter is tainted and evil and it's a prison and we're trapped and all that other nonsense. Because as above, so below, right? Doesn't Malkuth reflect Kether? Ain't it the same thing, just from a different angle? Maybe. JJ Kazi, peace and welcome. Elisha Eternal, peace, peace. Good to see you, my friend. Arcanum Current C, Trav, you're very palpable, non-abstract. Salute. Salute to you, my friend. Thank you. Union with God. So the lower levels are darker not because it's tainted with matter. This is an error Crowley fell into, revealing an oddly Puritan streak, perhaps derived from his Plymouth Brethren childhood. Matter is not impure, not impure. And see, I first realized this when we were studying Tat Washuti. Now she talked about the actual sin and the actual impurity and the actual flaw is consciousness identifying as matter. When consciousness thinks it's matter, that's when the whole game is fucked up. Because consciousness, which is unlimited, has tricked itself, has convinced itself into believing that it is limited and separated. And that's where we get everything that we have. All that exists is one. But for our purposes of understanding, all that we can see that exists is two: consciousness and matter. Consciousness and matter. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. In fact, everything after that is an illusion. Everything after consciousness and matter is a projection created by consciousness identifying as matter. That's the reflection. That's God looking into the mirror, right? But in truth, there is only one. There is one indivisible, not separated, but it's all about perspective and angles. We find ourselves in a position where we believe that we are matter. We believe that we are energy. And because we believe that, we're experiencing fraction and division. So nothing is real. Nothing is real. There's no human laws that are declaring that you must and you can't, and this is right and this is like all that stuff comes from people and opinions, right? And experiences that other people had and have codified it so other people can follow in their footsteps. But none of this shit matters at all. It matters up to the point where you got to pay your bills and take care of your responsibilities. But really, truly, nothing matters. So don't get caught up. Don't get butt hurt. Really don't get triggered because none of this matters. None of this matters. You are going to die, beloved. You're going to die. And when you hear that, you should be able to experience a sense of joy, not fear. This is a good thing. So live and do what you got to do. You're not condemned, cursed, punished, none of that. All of that comes from the illusion of consciousness identifying as matter. But anyways, this is an error Crowley fell into, revealing an oddly Puritan streak, perhaps derived from his Plymouth Brethren childhood. Matter is not impure. And by the way, you want to talk about Binah and how the virgin, right? See, this is coming from the virgin perspective, what I just said to you. Because Binah comes in two aspects: the dark sterile mother and the bright fertile mother. Same thing. So how can one woman both be one that gives birth to countless offspring and a virgin at the same time? Because one of those things, my friend, is not really happening. I think Brother Panic told you about this if you used to watch his channel when he talked about the confessions of Mayat, right? Standing there at the end and they're reading off all your sins. It wasn't me. Shaggy style. It wasn't me. It's always living in the counter. It wasn't me. Even living on the sofa. It wasn't me. Right? Not lying and not avoiding responsibility, but understanding that the flesh, the matter, is not consciousness. I can't stress that shit enough, man. Can't stress it enough. Master Adam, peace. Greetings. Had to stay awake to watch you. Peace and greetings, my friend. Welcome. Hope you get something out of this that you can most definitely use. Benjamin 37 says, controlling the context is so important. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Because if you're not controlling your context, then somebody else is. And I'm telling you what, I don't trust anybody else to drive my ship. Not because I don't trust people, but because I know people. I know that everybody else is dealing with unhealed trauma. So why would I take someone else who's dealing with unhealed trauma and their perspective to tell me how to see life? I can do bad all by myself, right? Figure out what works and make it work even better. Or maybe I'm just yapping. Let's get back to the text. Wraith 636. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. All right. So, matter is not impure. That's the whole key. The more obvious reason why the 32nd path is colored indigo on the Atuluthic scale is because indigo is the prismatic color attributed to Saturn, beloved, the great Saturn. I've been doing Saturn mantras non-stop, you hear me? Let me tell you about my experience after we finish this verse. The planet of form and limitation. The deeper teaching behind this is that one must not what? Must not embark on the way of mysticism until one is completely grounded in form and has learned all its lessons. So ain't no skipping levels. There shouldn't even be a desire to skip levels, honestly. Etheric, peace and greetings. Zero says want to start Saturn mantras. If it's in your energy to do that, if your intuition is telling you you need to do that, then by all means get to it. Because now is the best time of all year to do Saturn mantras. Like I said, I'll tell you after this verse. So look, you don't embark on the way of mysticism until one is completely grounded in form and has learnt all its lessons. There's lots of lessons to learn in this world of form. It must be your priority to learn them. How does your body work? How does your mind work? How do your beliefs work? How does this environment and everybody else work? That's important to understand before you go any further. Any further. This is why I love to learn NLP and learn about cognitive biases and the different lies that we tell ourselves so that we can feel safe and secure and comforted. Because when you learn about the different lies that people tell each other, you can learn about the lies you tell yourself. If you learn about how manipulation works, you can learn how you manipulate yourself. And then once you start learning about how your body works and how your mind works, right, the chemicals in your body and the hormones and all the different influences that influence you to make decisions, your subconscious, your memories, all these things that influence you to make your decisions and to behave in certain ways, until you learn and understand those things. Don't worry about this upper level stuff. I mean, it's good to know it, but you're not going to be working with it until you master the lower self first. To try to fly to the higher realms before the nadir is rounded is not holiness, but cowardice. Not saintliness, but sin. It is a regression along the path of involution, and thus is the left hand path, whatever the ostensible high intentions. Holiness is being used as a way of escape, as a tool for personal use, as a means of blasphemy against Adonai, God in earth. You see it all the time. But anyways, man, I've been doing my Saturn mantras like crazy, right? It's in my chart right now that I should be doing a massive amount of Saturn mantras. Um, so that's why I've been doing them nonstop. I sat down 2 days ago to do my mantras, and after about 108, a voice inside, probably Vasago, because I've been working with him heavy, a voice inside was like, go ahead and do another couple rounds. Really, he said, go ahead and do 10 rounds, but I wasn't trying to hear that. I was like, all right, let's do one more round. So I did 2 rounds, and I kept hearing that voice, do 10 rounds. I'm like, we'll do 4. Made it to 4. Eventually, I said, fuck it, let's go 10 rounds. So I'm doing these 1,080 Saturn mantras in one sitting, and it got to the point where I didn't want to stop, man. That shit was amazing. But yeah, in doing that mantra, usually when I go into a waking trance like that with my eyes closed, eventually I'll start to see a hexagon, right? The six-pointed shape, or even a cube. Sometimes I'll see a cube just on the back of my eyelids. I'm not talking about imagining and visualizing. I mean like literally on the back of my eyelids. But After about 800 or so of these Saturn mantras, I started to see Saturn on my fucking eyelids. Like my eyes are closed, I'm doing my mantras, I'm going into trance. I'm at about 800 or so, and I see Saturn right there on the back of my eyelids. That shit was crazy. Like that was probably the most clearest, because you know it's happening in the realm of Chitta Kasha. Chitta Kasha. Um, Dharana Darshan talks about Chitta Kasha. Hell, even Bobby Hemmett talked about it when he said that the Goetic spirits, the 72 Goetia, exist within the Chitta Kasha. He got that from a Vedic text. I have the video where he's talking about it. Finally, but the Chitta Kasha is that's the space, that's the screen of your closed eyelids. You got to be able to differentiate. It's not the imagination. It's the screen on the back of your eyelids. So when you close your eyes right now, look at what you see. You probably see like orange light. You know what I'm saying? It's probably like an orangish light. But if you go into trance properly, that orange light starts to turn blue. And from that blue, shapes start to form sometimes. And if you train this thing properly, you'll actually start having clairvoyant vision. So again, I stress it's not daydreaming or fantasizing or visualizing. This area of Chitta Kasha, once you go into trance in a very useful and appropriate way, you actually start to see things there. Lovely. Move God, it says I've been doing Saturn mantra, working through my Saturn return. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Zero says I have Saturn retrograde in Pisces in the ninth house. Last Friday, I got 30 years old. Is my Saturn retrograde? So that's great, Zero. If you were born during a Saturn retrograde, this time is actually gonna be it's gonna benefit you the most, right? So with Saturn being retrograde, this is actually a very useful thing for all of us because this is gonna help lift a lot of blockages and resistance to spiritual practice. And that's probably why I found it so easy to do my 1,000 repetitions. So I'm going to take advantage of this and keep going. And that goes for you all too. Saturn is retrograde right now. So that means that there's a lot of things that you've been trying to do that were difficult. You're going to find the blockages have been lifted. Not to mention Uranus and Gemini, brand new ideas. I got a whole video about this coming up next. But let's continue. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Peace. Trav, I need a Vedic astrology chart reader. AI done switched placements in my chart 3 times in 2 months, period. I've been putting in work 3 times mantras gathering stuff. Yeah, I don't really trust AI for doing my astrology, not fully, not until I train her properly. She gets some stuff correct, but I still have to double check and cross. I mean, hell, I was using her today and she gave me some conflicting information. So I haven't really found successful AI astrology yet, but yeah, man, your best bet is to be with a human who knows what they're doing. Arian says, "Yeah, bro, eating meat and doing mantra at the same time is not good." Chicano's fighting for higher learning says, "Colors behind the eyelids." Ah, we getting some Ophiel vibes tonight. Absolutely. Planet as he says, Saturn been in retrograde for almost 2 years now. It hasn't been a retrograde for 2 years, but it goes retrograde every year. Maybe every time you look at it is when it's going in retrograde. Wraith says, LOL, agree. I'm personally not ready to mess with AI yet. I would say start messing with it now so you can learn about how it functions, how its energy is, because it's only changing and evolving. And the longer you wait, the more work you're going to have to do. Pick a program and just start playing with it. Start playing with it and see what it can teach you about itself and yourself. Just be careful not to get caught up in this spiritual psychosis that these folks are getting wrapped up in. I thought it was just oh my God, I don't even want to talk about that. If you are someone who uses AI and GPT and all that, just, maintain your frame. Let's not get carried away with this thing now. All types of things are true, all types of things are permitted, but if you don't have a firm grasp on yourself, don't let this be the thing that carries you off into Delulu land. I'll just leave it at that. I ain't gonna give no details because there's things that work. It's just if you ain't got a solid uh, frame of who you are and what you are, and you know, I done seen the best ones fall. Now it can anybody can get touched. Don't get it twisted. Now it's some people that's very knowledgeable that's currently undergoing this AI spiritual psychosis. So don't think you're exempt. Maintain your frame. See over here on this channel, Travis Magus don't lead you astray. Maintain your frame. Always be leading, right? Come on. Come on. Don't let this be the thing that caused you to snap. We got a long way to go. All right, I'm yapping too much. Let's get back to this text. Al Dickey. Peace, my friend. Peace, peace. That's my real name. Damn, that was funny. Sunshine Chick says I used to use Grok, but I like ChatGPT better. Yeah, I never really got into Grok. Grok, I don't know. Yeah. Swift Blades Mike says I got bored of AI already. Good, good. So hopefully you'll find something else that amuses you. Where we at, man? Where we at, man? Hey, Skinny. Skinny man. Not yet. Not yet. So let's read that again. To try to fly to the higher realms before the nadir is rounded is not holiness, but cowardice. It's not saintliness, but sin. It is a regression along the path of involution, and thus is the left hand path, whatever the ostensible high intentions. Holiness is being used as a way of escape, as a tool for personal use, as a means of blasphemy against Adonai, God and earth. That's directly directed towards people who try to jump levels and become holier than holy without correcting their earthly stuff first, right? That's why shadow work is not just something cool to do, it is necessary. In fact, you aren't really doing any deep spiritual work if you haven't gotten substantial shadow work processed within yourself. 3. The path of the mystic ascends the 32nd path, the gateway to the inner planes, and passes through the subconscious realms of Yasod. As Yasod is a Sephiroth connected with the sexual function, we have here Kabbalistic evidence that the sexual imagery of some mysticism is not necessarily proof that mysticism is the result of sexual frustration, as some psychologists would have us to believe. From Yasod, the way leads across the wilderness of the 25th path, the intelligence of probation, which is the first dark night of the soul, before the golden dawn of Tiphareth consciousness is reached. What? Before the golden dawn of Tiphareth consciousness is reached, and the contact with the God within. The Tiphareth contact is, however, but the lowest aspect of the God within. For the path leads on as far again right up to the fount of spiritual being in Kether. This latter half of the way is the 13th path, and its Hebrew letter is Gimel, a camel,
reminding us that here is another desert, a higher analog of the 25th path, and thus the second dark night of the soul. 4. As the first dark night of the soul might be termed symbolically a crossing of the gulf, so the second indicates the way across the abyss. And the best available authority on both experiences is St. John of the Cross. We have already studied his book, The Dark Night of the Soul, in connection with the 25th path. And remember, the 25th path we're talking about is the path of temperance, and that's connecting Yesod to Tiphareth, the moon to the sun, the mind to the soul. And this is where you first learn faith, walking by faith, not by sight. Basically, walking according to your soul influence as opposed to your mind and your body and your ego influence. Not an easy thing to do, but necessary. Anyone who is interested in the practical reality of mysticism rather than in mere symbolic descriptions of it should read this book. What book is he talking about? The Dark Night of the Soul, written by St. John of the Cross. St. John's descriptions of the second Dark Night are even more copious than that of the first, complete with biblical illustrations and comparisons with his own poetry. So you should really read this book if you're interested in the practical reality of mysticism. They will at least see that true mysticism is by no means all sweetness and light. What, is that the first reference to love and light from way back in the 60s? Or an escape mechanism of muzzy bliss. What then are the experiences of this second dark night of the soul? A phrase they could be described as a sense of utter desolation. All the expansion of awareness and feeling of at one-ment that is possible to the soul with Tiphareth consciousness, right? So you get to Tiphareth, you're feeling at one with your soul, you're feeling this expansive consciousness, you're feeling supernatural, right? When you touch that Tiphareth consciousness, that Christ consciousness. When you get there, you're feeling that way. But check this out. This is what happens with the dark night of the soul. All of that Tifreth consciousness is suddenly annihilated, and the soul feels empty, alone, without God, and without the love of fellow men. This is an automatic experience once a certain stage of the path is reached, right? So as you progress on your journey, if you haven't felt that yet, it is on the way. It is on the way. But here's the thing, you become so strengthened in that moment. You become so strengthened in that moment because you learn that it's not your tools, it's not your techniques, and it's nothing external that makes you strong. It's nothing external that tells you who you are. You find the inner light because that's your only choice. It's not even sink or swim. It's find that inner light or shit, crash into a wall on purpose type shit. And when you come out of that dark night of the soul, you find a strength that no body can take away. Like there's no person that can say anything or do anything that'll shake you off your path, right? So don't be afraid of this. In fact, whenever the dark night comes, if you haven't experienced it yet, make sure to remember your faith. Make sure to remember your faith because it'll feel like, oh, you've heard me say this years ago on videos where I've gone through times where it felt like, in a video game where you enter a new area of the map, and if you look at the map, it's all clouded out, grayed out because you haven't explored it yet. So you don't know where's where, what's what. You don't know what's going on. You have no choice but to push through. And that's a lot what it's like. Your magics don't seem to work. Your spirits don't work no more. Your meditate, like nothing works. But keep doing it anyways. Keep walking anyways. Keep trusting the light that has led you to that point anyways. And then when you come out of it, you'll understand why. You'll see that it won't even be anything to remember. It'll be etched into your very consciousness. But if you haven't gone through that yet, then it just sounds cool. But if you have gone through it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. When you go through a dark night of the soul, like a real one, I don't mean a bad day, because people misuse that phrase. Oh, I'm going through a dark night of the soul. And it's, like a bad day or some shit. No, when you go through something like this, man, you rethinking everything. You like, well, damn, did I make a mistake? Should I have stayed in the church? You know what I'm saying? Like you asking some deep ass questions. It really checks you to reevaluate who you are. Because I tell you what, man, if somebody can talk you out of what you're doing, talk you out of who you are, you wasn't that. Does that make sense? If somebody can have a discussion with you, or a debate, or an argument, or a fight, and all of a sudden you switch teams, like you wasn't on that team in the first place. But see, going through this dark night right here, this show, this it makes you answer the question: who are you? What are you? What are we doing? No ifs, ands, or buts. The gray area is eliminated. Eliminated. So I mean, I've been through this enough times to not be affected or bothered by anybody who has anything negative to say about me. And believe it, they exist. But I mean, you're like on the other side of a screen and you don't know anything about me. So why should I take your insults personally? Or, even any challenging situation that might arise. I approach it with the same attitude. Listen, I know who I am and my energy, and I know my destiny and what I've got going on. There's no situation that's going to throw me off. I don't care if it's a health situation, a money situation, any kind of threat. You know what I'm saying? Any situation that comes to me, I treat it just like a hater online. You don't fucking know me and you're probably miserable. So why would I listen to anything you're talking about? Because I understand that those situations are also elemental forces looking for expression within me. You don't express in me, no, I express in you, homie. That's how we doing it. So just remember that. Just remember that. Life will challenge you, people will challenge you, but you've got to maintain your frame. You control the context. Otherwise, the context will have you out here looking crazy and confused and turned upside down. Just that knowledge you don't get in college, in the words of Fat Tony. Can I get an amen? Does anybody hear what I'm talking about? Is anybody out there listening to me? I have got to find that Bobby Hemmett quote. I have to. I got to find that clip. Chicano's Fighting Power Learning says the real silent wars. Right, right. Adraj Ram says gold here always. Exactly, man. I ain't finna bullshit you. I am not here to waste your time or mine. Etheric says LMAO, no identity after that Kali slice. Exactly. It is the self sacrifice. It is the elimination of who you thought you were. Rest in peace to who I was. He did an excellent job. He was continually reaching above, trying to access that which was great within him. God bless him, and I appreciate everything he did. And he is now dead. Rest in peace, right? Rest in peace. And this version of me will die, and the next version will die until there will no longer need to be versions of me. WT says that's why I'm here and not watching Alkeisha crash that Ultima. Imagine getting triggered by a meme. Oh man. Always these memes, huh? Joe NC says, I'm just nonstop watching vids of Bobby Hemmett, bro. Crazy how much he got hated and yet told the whole truth, even if it hurt like crazy. He scared that phony church BS out of me. Excellent. Excellent. Louis says, everything you're saying right now is what I've been experiencing. Been reading H.K. Challoner. She's saying it too. I haven't read anything from H.K. Challoner. Seems like you're more on the theosophical side of things. Bobby! Bobby, a bad man. Right, right. Let's keep with it. Let's keep with it. Utter desolation. You can get through it. And if you're going through that right now, you can get through it. You will get through it. Because think about it. You built yourself up to get to this point. So all that building up to get you to this point has solidified you. It's matured you so that you can endure it. And then once you've endured it, you'll find a new level of maturity. And I'm here to tell you, it doesn't stop, right? You're going to go through a period of strength and feeling like you're fucking Doctor Strange. And then you're going to go through a period of feeling like Doctor Strange when his fingers were broke. And it keeps happening. It keeps happening. Superpower, no power. Superpower, no power. But life continues. Bills keep needing to be paid. You still got to eat. You know what I'm saying? Stuff still moves. So what I've learned is that the outside is changing constantly. But what you're going to have to learn is that the inside has to have a certain sense of firmness that isn't affected. And it's not that you're building it, you're realizing it. Even my meditations on Taught with Shooty have been changing. When I make it to that Shiva point, right? When I ascend past the elements and outside of Prakriti into Purusha, I'm realizing, man, this shit is really a dream. There's Shiva meditating. It's a symbol, of course. There's not a blue man sitting Indian style in the center of the universe. Duh. It's metaphorical. It's a symbol. But Shiva's meditating there at the center of existence, and everything else is just a dream, a thought bubble that's trying to break his focus. So I saw myself not as Shiva, as a thought bubble, attempting to gain his attention. And I realized, whoa, this is what Shakti is. This is what Shakti is doing. There is Shiva, pure consciousness, meditating, unbroken in the center of existence. And everything else is Shakti. Everything else is energy moving. So you got to realize in that moment, and it's hard. It's harder to do than you think. It's easier said than done. Am I me, or am I Shiva? Am I matter, or am I consciousness? So I had to work on intuitively realizing that I am consciousness and not a thought, not a projection, not an echo attempting to establish an individual existence. Ay, ay, ay. Somebody's on the level where they can hear what I'm saying. I know it because some of y'all been here for a while. But I tell you what, man, you take this stuff seriously, you're going to see some things. You're going to see some things. And right now is the perfect time, too, because like I said, Saturn being retrograde, sadhana becomes easier, but distraction is easier, too. But the payoff is less will bring more. Less effort will bring more. So whatever you've been putting off doing, just take a step. Just do a little bit. Just do a little bit. So, in the words of St. John, this dark night is an influence from God upon the soul, which purges her of ignorance and habitual imperfections, natural and spiritual, and is styled by contemplatives, infused contemplation or mythical theology, wherein God teaches the soul in secret and instructs her in the perfect love. All act on her part, being limited to fixing her attention lovingly on God, listening to his voice, and receiving the light he sends. Without knowing what manner of things this infused contemplation is, inasmuch as it is the benignant wisdom of God, the which works particular effects upon the soul. For by purging and illuminating her, it disposes her for the union of love with God, where this most loving wisdom herself, which purges the spirits of the blessed by shining on them in their brightness, is she who now purges the soul and illuminates her. 7. But the doubt presents itself. But why does the soul apply such a term as dark night to the divine light, which, as we say, illuminates and purges her of blindness? Whereto it answered, that in respect of two considerations. This divine wisdom is not only night and darkness for the soul, but also pain and torment. The first by reason of the altitude of the divine wisdom, which exceeds the comprehension of the soul, and is therefore dark as night to her. The second, because of her own baseness and impurity, and therefore it is to her noisome and grievous, and also dark. The last sentence indicates that the individuality is by no means perfect, even in a saint. And remember, when we say individuality, we are talking about the higher self. However, this process in the mystic produces perfection. This process produces perfection. In one who has traveled the occult way, developing the powers and action of the individuality in earth, most, if not all, the excrescence should have been cleared from a soul on the 19th path. For such a soul proceeding across the abyss from Chesed through Doth to Binah, the experience would still be met with, but more, by reason of the altitude of the divine wisdom, which exceeds the comprehension of the soul. There's a divine wisdom that exceeds the comprehension of the soul, then because of baseness and impurity. I'm going to read that part again, but understand, right? You've got a body. Now, that body has a consciousness. Guess what? You have a mind. Now, the body is limited in its understanding. The mind exceeds the limits of understanding of the body. You get that? So the body has a limit. The mind is bigger than the body as far as its comprehension. But guess what? Even bigger than the mind and the body is the soul. The soul's level of comprehension is vast, right? And that's what we're aiming for. When we see coincidences and all these results and stuff happening, this is the soul communicating with us. But guess what? Even there's an intelligence that exceeds that, and that's what we call spirit. Spirit is the intelligence that exceeds all, even the soul itself. So the soul even has a big bro, a parent, something to look up towards and up to and be like. In the same way that the body looks up to the mind and the mind looks up to the soul looks up to the spirit. So there's an intelligence that exceeds the comprehension of the soul. So let's go back. In one who has traveled the occult way, developing the powers and action of the individuality in earth, the spirit, the soul in earth, most, if not all, the excrescence should have been cleared from a soul on the 19th path, the path of strength. For such a soul, proceeding across the abyss from Chesed to Doth to Binah, right, crossing the abyss from Chesed, Jupiter, all the way up to Binah, Saturn, crossing Doth, for a soul doing that, crossing the abyss, the experience would still be met with, but more by reason of the altitude of the divine wisdom. So you're going to be, the soul's going to be met with this highness, this altitude of the divine wisdom, which exceeds the comprehension of the soul, right? Then because of baseness and impurity. So it's not that the soul is going to be lost or confused because it's impure. No, because we're dealing with the most high. When you say the most high, this is what we're talking about. This consciousness that exceeds even the soul. So I'm really trying to drive that point home. Really trying to drive it home. Etheric says, gratitude for the lives, bro. The tune-ups be very helpful. Yes, yes. My pleasure. Fat Tony says, now I understand the dream I had as a teen when an older me at the age I am now rang the doorbell. The younger me answered, and the older me shot the younger in the neck. I saw white and woke up. Damn. So yeah, that is a powerful metaphor, right? That's a powerful metaphor. You're talking about the shedding of old skin, evolution. Evolution. And you know, these symbols, they speak to us in the most riveting way, and the way that's really going to catch our attention. And the more important dreams, they stick with us for a long time. So yeah, that's pretty powerful. Because you could even see that as the soul to the lower self. You could see that as the higher self to the. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's always a bigger fish, and in order to become, you know, it sounds rough, but in order to become the bigger fish, you've got to kill the smaller fish. You got to consume that. That's a better way to put it. You got to consume the smaller fish. Um, this is not with. Anyways, last night I saw. This is brand new released. This is a short movie produced by Freddie Gibbs and The Alchemist. It was a short movie. Um, if you're someone who knows who Freddie Gibbs is and The Alchemist, go search that on YouTube and watch that short video. You know, just based off of what you just said there, Fat Tony. I don't know if y'all like Freddie Gibbs and The Alchemist. Search them. They just dropped a new tape, and they did a short movie. Now at the time, I didn't know that this was two rappers or a producer and a rapper. I just thought I was watching an indie film, so it was dope on its own. But then I, looked it up. Check that out if you're somebody who's into them. Ray says Alchemist is a great producer. Absolutely. Legendary. Legendary. Some of his beats have stuck in my head since 96. 96. What is it now? Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. He's been a part of my childhood before I even knew who he was. Shout out to Mob Deep. Hell on Earth. The infamous, infamous, infamous. But let me stop. Let me stop. We are a new person now. We are divine and mystical mages who only deals with demons and Kabbalah. Real niggas rep this shit. Fake cats get offended, intimidated, putting up their defense. I have you hopping the fence, running for life, dodging the sprint, the infamous. Mugaddis says, not going to lie, as much as I've read up on Kabbalah, I still don't quite understand the process of working up the path. Still here to learn though. Yeah, so, in general, we're talking about a concentrated effort of self evolution, a concentrated effort of self evolution. So when you think of it from that angle, think about anything that you can do in your life right now that moves you a step closer to self evolution. You know what's on the opposite side? De evolution, right? Becoming much more animalistic and much more human, like your fellow brethren. You're walking the path if you're taking the conscious effort to move up, to become more sophisticated, more evolved. Framestar Film says this reminds us that the four worlds and their functions and operations are in play together at all times within and without us. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right, right. That's another great thing to remember because it's not like we're walking one path or in one Sephiroth. They're all playing like that whole tree. It is a collective organism. The same way that your heart is beating and their lungs are pumping and everything is working at the same time. That's how this is going. Now we can pay attention to a specific point, but it's all working at once. Raid 636 says I've outgrown the lyrics and still vibe with the beats. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Louis says Freddie Gibbs with Yassim Bey. Education. Hmm. Mike says the Kabbalah and the Talmud are demonic. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mike says Yahshua is the way. Everything else is demonic lies. Absolutely. You're exactly right, Mike. Thanks for stopping in. See you next time. Zero says the chakras of the body are there too. Yes, yes. All operating at once. So, 9. This way of experience from Chesed is known as the secret silent path. It is called secret simply because it does not appear on the tree of life, and the silent refers to its quality of nothingness. So, what's being talked about right here? If you didn't notice before, here's one of the secrets that's been in plain sight. Look carefully. So, you'll notice what we call the 777 lightning flash path, right? Well, one of these don't have a path. One step on this does not have a path. See, there's a path here that connects that. There's a path here. There's a path here. There's a path here, here, here. There's a path from here and a path from here. But there is not a path that connects Chesed to Binah. Yet, this is how we cross the abyss. What's up with that? So that's the secret silent path. You got to make your own way around here. The secret silent path. The way of experience from Chesed is known as the secret silent path. It is called secret simply because it does not appear on the tree of life, and silent refers to its quality of nothingness. The usual symbolism for this condition is the empty room or the condemned cell. The cell contains nothing, and the walls are bare save for a small barred window which can be looked through by pulling oneself up by the arms. All to be seen through the window is a gallows, but there is a radiant rising sun in the background, which has a strange effect of seeming to pull one into it through the barred window to be absorbed by it. Many of you have heard this already, right? You've heard this metaphor before, right? Where have you heard this metaphor before? There's at least 2 or 3 other places you may have heard this from. And I know one of them I read on live. This is the usual symbolism, and it is intended to imply the complete absence of symbolism. Ah, now that's meta, right? That's meta. We use symbols and metaphors to help us understand what's happening in the higher planes. But here's a symbol about no symbol. Mind blow, right? Mind blow. Mind blow. The Chronicles of Sat Ross says, I clearly see a path. What am I missing? There is no path that connects Chesed to Binah. There is no path that connects the Supernal Triad to the rest of the tree. Oh yeah, that's another good point. Benjamin 37 says, seeing white at the end of a dream is a Tiphareth experience. Yes, yes. I've had that most definitely on the mushrooms, or I should say after the mushrooms. I had a dream where I was on a beach with, I think it was Ramstein, but we were all, our hands were bound and we were on our knees. And this guy was going across and shooting each one of us in the head. And when it came to my turn to be shot in the back of the head, I went completely white. It wasn't like, oh my God. It was more like a, I don't know, very calm, serene waking up. There was that dream, and I had another dream where it was like the end of the world revelations, and all the Christians were being rounded up to be beheaded, like the whole fear mongering Christian producers like to put out. And I had a dream that I was amongst those, and it was my turn. I was watching my friends get beheaded on the guillotine, and it was my turn to stick my head in. And then the guillotine came down, and it just went to white. That's at least 2 dreams I could remember where there was death followed by white. Fat Tony says, is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit and the devil really the four elements? So you got to think about where there's three, there's a hidden fourth, right? Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Well, of course, you got that opposition, which is the reflection. Four elements, absolutely. Air, fire, water, earth. The devil has often been depicted as the earth element. You'll see that in some configurations, but more specifically, you'll see that in the iconic image of Michael, holding a spear down at the devil and standing on the devil's neck. That is um, that is air against earth. That is the air element opposing the earth element. Because the classic original versions show the devil with a shield. He was holding up a shield, a pentacle, earth element, and then Mikhail with that spear that represents the fire element. But if we're talking Kabbalistically, looking like from Tiphareth down to Malkuth, that would be air over earth. We can go into it specifically how the earth element is a reflection. It's also our shadow. It is the expression of everything that we have congealed within our minds and our hearts and our beliefs. Everything that we believe and look for, that's what we see expressed in earth. And it's so easy to villainize and demonize and antagonize. And that's what we do as human beings. The scapegoat, the devil. Absolutely. Care Bear Bard of Cards, peace and greetings. Welcome back. Care Bear says, hi Travis, hey all. I had a dream where I was being burned at the stake, but I didn't burn. The fire did nothing to me. Nice, nice. So what did you get from that? And I don't mean intellectually, like what energetically, like what feeling did you get from that? How did that speak to you on a level beyond the intellect? Not what you think it means, but how did it feel? Louis says, used to have dreams that planes were crashing into the ground and the sky was red, but I was calm while watching it happen. Never produced a state of fear in me. Yes. I always found that kind of interesting, having these dreams of death and the end of the world, but it never invoked a feeling of fear. Never invoked a feeling of fear. Fat Tony says, and that pick is balance, right? Yes. It's a picture of balance. Now most people take it as, oh, this is gonna help me with the angels defeating Satan, but like no, it's about harmony. It is harmony. You don't want the earth element up in the air element. And you don't want the air element down in the earth element. We call those tornadoes. And that don't help anybody. Louis says occultists never get excited. Ah, especially when everybody else is. Yes, I'm positive that I would do pretty well if these fear porn fantasies of the end of the world actually happened, which they won't. But if it did, I'm pretty sure I'd be all right. Care Bear Bardo Card says, I felt a past life for one, and like my witch wounds were being healed. I feel like it was like, face your fears, we got your back. Definitely a healing, because fire not only burns, it purifies, right? It purifies. The fiery furnace. What burns away is what's impure, what doesn't belong. That's what burns in the fire. So yeah, I would most definitely say it was a healing type of dream. Lotus Flower says there is a deep and profound wisdom in the occult. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says that white light at the end of your dream sounds like the clear light I read in a Tibetan lucid dreaming book. Could it be? Inner light? Could it be? Let's get back to the text. So we were talking about this path from Chesed to Binah. Verse 9, 1 hour. It's going to be a long flight. How we feeling? Y'all all right? Y'all all right? So we were talking about this vision of the condemned cell. Obviously, it was in the mystical Kabbalah where Dion Fortune was talking about Doth. It's also in the Pathworking book, I believe, by Dolores Ashcroft Nowicki. So there's no path between Chesed and Binah, the path that crosses Doth. Instead, there's a path working a visualization, which the attempt is to get you to realize the concept of nothingness, a symbol about nothing. So the usual symbolism for this condition is the empty room or the condemned cell. The cell contains nothing, and the walls are bare, save for a small barred window, which can be looked through by pulling oneself up by the arms. All to be seen through the window is a gallows, but there is a radiant rising sun in the background, which has the strange effect of seeming to pull one into it, through the barred window, to be absorbed by it. This is the usual symbolism, and it is intended to imply the complete absence of symbolism. The experience of this secret path is one of loneliness and desolation. In short, it is the same experience as the dark night of the soul on the 13th path. Both paths are ways across the abyss and through the environs of Doth. So this is perhaps to be expected. A study of the Sephirah Doth will do much to help towards an understanding of these two paths. 10. To return to the testimony of St. John, there comes to the soul in this experience a kind of grief, which is the majesty and grandeur of God, which gives rise in her to the other extreme therein contained, of her own intimate poverty and wretchedness, the which is one of the chiefest tortures she suffers in this purgation. For she feels within herself a profound void and utter dearth of the three kinds of wealth which are ordered for her enjoyment, which are temporal, physical, and spiritual. Hmm. So we're talking about the soul in this experience, the soul having a grief. Can you imagine that? The soul having a kind of grief. And what's that all about? What's that grief that the soul is experiencing? She feels within herself a profound void, right? Because this majesty and grandeur of God. Remember, like I said, this is one intelligence experiencing an even higher intelligence. So really pay attention to this. Really pay attention to this. Which gives rise to her, which gives rise in her, the soul, to the other extreme therein contained of her own intimate poverty and wretchedness. Imagine the soul feeling poor and wretched, right? The which is one of the chiefest tortures she suffers in this purgation. So as she's being purified, this is probably the worst part of it. For she feels within herself a profound void and utter dearth of the three kinds of wealth which are ordered for her enjoyment, which are temporal, physical, and spiritual. And she sees herself plunged into the contrary evils, to wit, miserable trifles of imperfections, aridness and emptiness of the perceptions of the faculties, and desolation of the spirit and darkness. Look, this is the real dark night of the soul. Like I said, not a bad day for you. Not, oh, I'm having a streak of bad luck. When your soul is feeling this pain, this is a whole different level. Whole different level. When your soul is feeling the sting, the desolation and wretchedness and poverty. So I want you to grasp this is bigger than the common human feelings. For inasmuch as God now purges the soul of her spiritual as well as her sensitive substance, of her interior as of her exterior powers, right? So the powers are gone, inner and outer. It is necessary that she be placed in emptiness and poverty and desertion on all sides, and be left parched, void, and empty in this darkness. For the sensitive part is purified by dryness. Hmm. And and the intellectual powers in the void of their cognitions. Okay, so the sensitive part is purified by dryness. The intellectual powers are purified in the void of their cognitions, and the spirit in thick darkness. All which God effects by means of this obscure contemplation, wherein not only does the soul suffer the void and suspension of these, her usual supports and perceptions, which is a kind of suffering, most agonizing, like as if a person were hung or suspended in the air so that he could not breathe. But he also purges her, destroying or voiding or consuming therein, like as fireworks on the rust and tarnish of metals, from all the affections and imperfect habits that she has contracted throughout her life. And forasmuch as they are deeply rooted in her, she suffers grave restlessness and interior torture, beside the said poverty and physical and mental void. Hmm. I just like to point out though, up here, where was it at? We're talking about the purification now. The sensitive parts are purified by dryness. That might be a clue to something. And not just the obvious duh, but the spirit can be purified by being in thick darkness. So it's not always about seeing stuff. The intellectual powers can be purified by not having anything to cognize. Do you see what I'm saying here? We rely on these tools, we lean on these tools, we lean on these functions to get us through life. We lean on these things. We're addicted and enslaved by the things that we lean on. But when all that's dried up and you got nothing else to lean on, you're forced to fine tune your senses and lean on something higher. Higher and higher. Keep on lifting me. Elisha Eternal says Jesus in the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. Precisely. Precisely. There goes the singing. Let's go, Trev. There we go. Care Bear says this is to strengthen us. Absolutely. Elisha Eternal says, hence the camel reference. There we go. There we go. So the symbolism is important. And if nothing else, just remember this. For if you're going to be on this path for the rest of your life, you 100% will know from experience what is being discussed here. And it's not something to be scared of, but you definitely want to be prepared. If you can be prepared for such a thing, right? If you're not on the wavelength, then this doesn't mean anything. But for those of you who are going through it, keep going. It's like being on a camel walking through the desert. It might be a while before you see your destination, but if you stop, you die. If you keep going, you get there. It's that simple. Leave the feelings, right? Leave the crutches behind. See what you can become without your crutches. See what you be. Sometimes it's good to have a cut in the finances and the income, because then you can remember that you don't need all that extra shit to get by. You don't need all that extra shit to do what you're supposed to do. Sometimes it's good to have a punch in the pocket, if you catch my drift. Higher and higher. Kendall Terrell says, I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. Boom. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. The God, Father Almighty and earth. My name is John, and I'm here to say I'm a hip hop rapper in the USA. And Jesus Christ, his only son, our Lord and Savior, the shining sun. Come on, come on. Everybody, everybody. Go ahead, Kendall Terrell. You got it. You got it. In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth, and the earth was without form, and the earth was without form. Void and darkness covered the face of the earth. I believe in God, Almighty Vice Lord. That's gonna be on my mixtape. So when I'm passing out my tapes, when I'm passing out my tapes. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take a quick break and I'm gonna leave you with this snippet.
Hey, Skinny, man. You tell me this shit just fell out your pocket, man. Skinny. Hey, bitch. You tell me this shit fell out your pocket, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, what, man?
You know what you could do.
Boy, what can I do, man? You tell me what I can do, man.
Hey, Skinny, man. Tell me this shit fell out your pocket, man. Tell me that shit fell out your pocket, man. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says that's that spiritual dehydration. I see why it's a desert. Gareth Knight ain't fooling me. The desert is the black dot. Okay. Boom. Nice, nice. Nicely put together. So it's that spiritual thirst, that dehydration. It is dry. That's why we have a desert. Not just because it's a long expanse of land and territory, but because it is dry. There is no water. You cannot derive sustenance from the environment. Perfect. Perfect. Wraith636 says, when going through tough times, I call that the necessary reset. Yes, yes. Zero says, I want to share that this last week I experienced an enhancement of the psychic abilities. I don't know if it is because of the 30th birthday. Shit, might as well be, man. You said you're on your Saturn return. Fine tune it, practice it, test it out, man. Do some experiments. Dive in. You feel me? Dive in. Benjamin37 says, my intuition has been but screaming at me to tell you about the artist Blade E. His lyrics have a lot of Kabbalistic teachings. Okay, send me your favorite song from Blade E. Yeah, whether it's through email or Instagram or whatever. Send me your favorite song, your favorite track, or two. It's a new path, man. Amen. Amen. Ace in the place. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Louis says, just seen a big old ass. It's Saturday. I might have missed that one. Uh-oh. Veronica Archaga. Veronica has made it. Peace, peace, Veronica. Beloved. I love you, Veronica. I hope you're having a wonderful evening, the best evening of all. Shout out to you, Veronica. Ludicrous reference. Ah, I see. I see. Enchanted Cottage says, what I just walk into. Peace, peace, Enchanted Cottage. Good to see you. Good to see you. My favorite tarot card reader on the entire internet. We're on the 13th path talking about the High Priestess. I'll tell you this. Once again, right? Check out Enchanted Cottage 333 if you haven't already. My preferred tarot reader when I need a message. That's who I go to. Check out Enchanted Cottage. This is not a paid promotion. It's all love. All love. Plus, I'm partial to redheads. That's just me. But no, she does excellent work. Excellent work. None of this TikTok guessing. None of this TikTok making it up type stuff. All right, let's get back to the text. Back to the text. I need to get back to my tarot readings, man. Would y'all be down if I did a tarot reading tomorrow? We are gingers now, Trev. All right, gingers. We're going with gingers. That's the politically correct colloquium, or however you say it. Benjamin says, Auntie Karen, your readings are extremely accurate. Hell yeah. Right, Tony says, oh no, not on a Sunday, LOL. The Lord's day. The Lord gonna see to it. He's gonna remove my pancreas. Excuse me, Deacon. That's who? Deacon Patterson? Yeah, Diggy, no, sir. Nothing wrong with my kidney, Deacon. All right. We might get on it tomorrow evening. All right, seriously, let's get back on this. Let's get back on this text hippopotamus. So we were talking about the dark night of the soul, the poverty, the dryness, the mind not having any perceptions to cognize, right? The spirit being in darkness, and how this is a grave restlessness and interior torture beside the said poverty and physical and mental void. So this is what's happening to the soul during this dark night. Painful, horrible. And just like Jojo said earlier, we're going through the desert here. There's a dryness. That you're not going to be able to rely on anything on the outside. So if you know what that's like for you physically, think about the last time you were down bad, right? Where you didn't have nothing to support you. You had to make it on your own. Think about how that feels. And the only thing getting you through is that you just know and you trust that you're going to make it out. You're going to come out on top. You don't know how, but it's going to happen. So you have faith and you keep it moving. And if you're an occultist, you do the work that you're supposed to be doing to ensure that you lead yourself and reality to the direction that you will. But still, it hurts, right? It hurts. So imagine what it's like for your soul to feel that type of experience. For the soul to feel stranded and desolate. That's enough to make somebody give up, ain't it? If you're not built for this, if you're not cut out for this, yes, you'll give up. That means there's more work to do. 1111. 1111. So yeah, if you see somebody, they go through a hard time and they give up, or they're on the occult path and they turn back to Christianity or whatever, it's funny, but don't make fun of them, because all they're showing is that they're not at that level where they're refined enough to get through that particular stage. And in their personal journey, that's what they got to do. What's gonna happen with you though? What's gonna happen with you? Ashley B says, basically there now, LOL. It's teaching me to really cultivate faith. Yes, yes. And I don't think you're the only one. I think that there's quite a few of us who are going through an experience that is similar to this. And it's a blessing, because I see it as hyper focus. It's really teaching you to hyper focus on the task at hand. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. Auntie Karen says, if you guys enjoy Travis's content, then show some love. Cash App LVX777. Wraith636 says, Brother Travis, my mind is too curious to go back to religion. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ain't no drinks here for you. You ate them all. Ate them all. Greedy butt. 3 minutes. He's gonna be meowing to be let back out. But I tell you, animal nature. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Right, this cat. Lotus Flower says it's a painful alchemical change that occurs internally. The dark night of the soul is a necessary process for higher consciousness. Absolutely. So, The imagery of St. John's description of the experience is, again, Kabbalistically interesting. The hanging suspended in the air is a figure of speech which is very close to the symbol chosen by the Kabbalists to represent the condition, the abyss. 12. Such a high level of purification, of course, leads the soul straight on to God, or to Kether. It is, in fact, a final purification. It's funny, right? It's not that having abundance and wealth and stuff and things and status and praise, that stuff doesn't lead you to God. Hell, if anything, it makes it easier for you to fall away and slip. Notice how being stripped of everything is the direct path to God. Because I tell you what, people don't start praying till stuff really go wrong, right? People who ain't never been to church, people who haven't prayed since they were a teenager, they'll get down to them knees, put them hands together. Dear Lord, it's me again. I know we haven't talked in a while, but I could really use a miracle right now, right? Nothing. That's the direct path right there. When you stripped, when you got nothing left, that's the direct path, ain't it? Tell me I'm wrong. Please tell me I'm wrong. And I know you done been through it, cause I've been through it. Lord, it's me again. I know we haven't talked in a while, but I know you're up there smiling down upon me, and I swear, Lord, if you just do this for me, I'll go back to church. I'll start going to church again. I'm gonna give up smoking. I'm gonna give up drinking. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave these girls alone. Lord, if you can just, right? We go through all that. We go through all that. So it's funny that not having is what gets us there. Not having, even though we want to ask for, how do I manifest? How do I manifest abundance? You already have abundance. Genius. When these distractions are severed from us. But anyway, let's keep going, right? Suspended in the air, a figure of speech which is very close to the symbol chosen by the Kabbalists to represent the condition, the abyss. Can you imagine a dry abyss? Yikes. Such a high level of purification, of course, purification leads the soul straight on to God or to Kether. It is, in fact, a final purification. As St. John says, as and the and so the soul which passes through this justification, this purification, Lord, slow down. And so the soul which passes through this purification and is left thoroughly purged either does not enter Hades or stays not long there. For in 1 hour of this earthly purgatory, she derives more benefit than in many there. So what's that say right there? Hmm. The soul which passes through this purification and is left thoroughly purged, right? 1 hour here in earthly purgatory is worth more than several hours purging in Hades. So there's an importance to going through this while alive. A lot of karma being neutralized, a lot of karma being balanced. Lord have mercy. You wanted to come in here. Now you want to leave. Pick one. We ain't doing in and out. It's a wrap. That's it. Now, 13. After reading the above descriptions of it, and even more detailed ones in the actual book, this does not seem surprising. It leads, however, to the experience of the approaches to the final union with God, the spiritual experience of Kether. This experience has also been experienced and recorded by St. John. I went forth from out the converse and scanty exercises related to the operations of and converse with God. That is to say, my understanding escaped from itself, being from human, transmuted into divine. Because being united with God by means of this purgation, it no longer perceives in the same limited and imperfect way as before, but by the divine wisdom wherewith it has been united, and my will escaped from itself, making itself divine. For since it has now become one with divine love, it loves no longer with the cribbed and confined strength and vigor as of yore, but with the passionate strength and purity of the divine spirit. And so the will works no longer in respect of God after human fashion, in exactly the same way as the memory is absolutely changed into eternal reflections and perceptions of glory. Hmm. And finally, every energy and passion of the soul by means of this night and the purgation of the old Adam are born afresh into divine harmonies and delights. Hmm. Looking forward to it, I'll tell you that much. Patchwork in the building. Peace and greetings, Patchwork. Welcome, welcome. Patchwork, what's your favorite Lamb of God album? Raid 636. What song is that? Nothing's coming to mind. 14. This is the testimony of one who achieved this state, that of full spiritual contact whilst living in earth. To make a fine distinction, this is probably not the actual union with God of Kether, for such would imply a withdrawal into the unmanifest, but it certainly is an experience of the higher reaches of the 13th path. Well, damn, everybody watching the fight. My Fortnite crew have paused their Fortnite experience for this fight. Must be a important fight, huh? Louis says Pacquiao still fighting. Dang, everybody watching it, huh? Louis says Lamb of God. I'll give it a try later on. Yeah, man. That's one of my favorites. One of my favorites. In fact, when I was in my band, like his vocal style was probably the biggest inspiration on how I did my vocals. Dance as the palaces burn. Patrick says it would either be Wrath or New American Gospel. Enchanted Cottage says, I'm not watching the fight. Yeah, I think I'm not watching it either. Hey, I appreciate y'all for choosing to be here. That is most certainly sure is a wonderful thing to know that the church is behind you and pulling for you. The wife that made it clear, the doctor made it clear. Sure is a wonderful thing. Benjamin says, I like fights. I like God more. Amen. Excuse me, Deacon. That's who? Deacon Dickinson. So 15 in Kabbalistic terms. And by the way, is it doing this thing where it's giving me a lisp still? Or is the audio coming through right? Because I listened back to some of these live streams and I realized this program that I'm using to stream, it gives me a lisp, man. Is it doing that now? So I wonder if it has to do with the background music. Maybe the high frequency is like all taken up. Woo got it says, I hear the lisp now that you say it. I wonder if it's the music that causes it to do that. Let me test. Testing, 1, 2. Does it still do the lisp? Does it still do the lisp or not? Because if it's not the music, I don't know what the hell it is. Let me know. Tony says, I thought Dion did that to you. Oh, man. Well, she certainly does come through. I tell you that. She certainly does come through. My gnosis, peace and greetings. May the force be with you, my gnosis. Happy birthday. Well, shit. Now we got to figure it out. What do we say instead of happy birthday? Because I know we don't say birthday because birth is like morning, and morning is what do spiritual people say for happy birthday? Fuck it, the force is with you twice. There we go. Happy Earth Day. Earth Day. Happy Born Day, beloved. Happy G Day. Oh, there we go. There we go. Happy Solar Return. We can't say birthday. Happy Solar Return, beloved. I stopped participating in culture a long time ago, so fuck culture. Happy birthday. How about that? Happy celebration of you day. How about that? And fuck culture again. All of them. Beloved. Respectfully, beloved. Oh, hell no. Universal Loop Day? No, now let's come on now. That's too much. Happy Universal Loop Day. So you would message somebody randomly, go into their inbox. Hey, my brother, happy Universal Happy Universal Loop Day. Nah, that's a little extra right there. That's extra. I couldn't do that. At some point, we got to stop and ask ourselves, why do I choose the choices that I choose? Is it because I want to or because I'm expected to do that? I stopped doing things that I was expected to do. And you know what? I am way happier not having to do anything according to what anybody else expects. Ashley B says, I still say birthday. I guess that means I'm not spiritual. Hey, today I was called a fake left-hand pather and everything. You got it, bro. You got it. I am a fake left-hand pather. I am a false prophet. I'm all that with your paranoid, delusional ass. Happy Birthmas. Happy Birthmas Universal Loop Day. Spiritual community. Anyways, what's the spiritual community know about the dark night of the soul? After a dark night of the soul, let's stop saying that bullshit. All right, let's bring it back home. Bring it back home. In Kabbalistic terms, this state is the initiation known as the babe of the abyss. Naturally, such a state cannot be conferred by the means of a simple ritual. It is a condition which is attained only after years of spiritual striving. So in case you don't know, understand that there's different levels, right? There's one level where you do some spells and you do some rituals and you get some results. And that's great. There's also a level where you have done enough spells and rituals that it's become part of you now. So everything you do is with intention, right? How you eat, how you express yourself, how you spend your time, all those things start to become part of the ritual never ends now, right? So there's a level where living is the ritual. You don't turn it on and off. Then there's a level where after doing continued sustained ritual, you start to see outside of the matrix little by little. What do I mean by that? I mean, you start to become self-aware. You think you're self-aware, but there's so many more levels of self-awareness to reach. Trust and believe. You start seeing that there are parts of you that are on autopilot. There's parts of you, you start to connect the dots between cause and effect. Oh, me doing this is leading to this. Like you're really starting to see these patterns as they manifest. And after seeing them and witnessing them and observing them, you now start to have control over them because now you can choose to continue or change things and do something different. Right? So there's all kinds of different levels. So in Kabbalistic terms, this state is the initiation known as the babe of the abyss. Naturally, such a state cannot be conferred by the means of a simple ritual. It is a condition which is attained only after years of spiritual striving. A so-called initiation ceremony on the physical plane can only be, at best, a trigger mechanism to get a process started within a soul and a confirmation of what has already been achieved. Right? So look, just because somebody gives you a ritual or a technique doesn't mean that you're going to do it. However, trigger mechanisms can certainly get you started, can certainly light a fire up under you. But he said that a so-called initiation ceremony on the physical plane can only be at best either a trigger mechanism to get the process started within the soul or a confirmation of what has already been achieved. You understand that? Hopefully that makes you think about some things concerning initiations on the physical plane. You ever been initiated into anything on the physical plane? Gotta love those gatekeepers, right? You've got to love the gatekeepers. Patrick says, how does one fake being left-hand path? I guarantee half of these people haven't made any real contact with nothing. Absolutely, man. And I study NLP and all that stuff, so instead of arguing back and forth, I just let the dude hang himself with choice words. I understood that he was talking about the whole gang stalking thing, so I knew that he'd be triggered if I mentioned that he was paranoid. or might have suffered from narcissism. And boy, did that set him off. He went to commenting with his alternate profiles and everything, boy. I just left it at that. 48 Laws of Power, Art of War, hanging out with people who know how to cut straight to the meat. You need to go back and forth with folks. Just identify where that pain is, strike once and strike deep, and walk away. Let them bleed out. Let them bleed out. I don't know why them type of folks come for me. They always be the ones with obvious weaknesses too, just wearing it all on the sleeve. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna hit you on the subconscious now. Don't try me. I'm gonna hit you where you gonna be thinking about it for months. Don't try me, because I will do it to you and forget about you the next day. He tried to bring my son into it and everything. That's where he fucked up. But anyways. But anyways. He was probably looking for some viewers on his channel. Go ahead and break 100 views, Playboy. Then you can come back. Go ahead and break 100 views. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Oh yeah, you was in the comment section there. Who got it? Hey, you saw me. I posted one thing, and I gave him a God bless you. After that, that boy went to writing paragraphs. That's when you know you got him, when they go writing paragraphs. Let me tell you something, Buster. I'm this and I'm that. All right. God bless you. And may the Lord keep you too. No sarcasm. I know that you are mentally disabled, and I wish for you the healing that you deserve as a child of God. As a child of God. Ray636 says The Black Art of War, Hannibal's 99 Truths. Also a great book. Yes. I didn't finish that one, but yes, yes. I like all those books. Not so much as like to look for trouble, but to really just to understand the psyche of groupthink. Groupthink. All right, back to it. So we were talking about initiation, right? The so-called initiation ceremony on the physical plane can only be, at best, a trigger mechanism to get a process started within a soul and a confirmation of what has already been achieved. Real initiation is a subjective realization which comes about, listen, real initiation is a subjective realization which comes about by a natural process of growth and is not a thing that can be bought, sold, or given, or even received, right? So, yes, you can be triggered into getting the process started with the soul, which is great, especially if you haven't been able to do that yourself. It's also great to have a confirmation of what's already been achieved, which is great because that can kind of help you know where you're at. But understand, true initiation is a subjective realization, and it comes about by a natural process of growth. You still have to do the work. No one can do it for you. You got to make that contact. You got to reach for it because ain't nobody putting it in your pocket. And even as Benjamin 3:7 said, everyone is initiating in a way, right? especially the people watching this live. And again, look at what was said here, right? It's not that I am so special, it's that you more than likely have already made contact and your soul is leading you here so you can get a little bit more light shed on the situation, right? I didn't do it to you, but the fact that you've been doing the work and putting in the work, you're being led to places where you receive confirmation. That's what it is, right? That's what it is. Oh my gosh, so much. So you guys have seen I've been doing videos about Visago. I want to do more, but I'm trying to like give every Goetic spirit some shine. We'll see what happens. But Visago has always appeared to me as this bald, alien head looking figure. He's always appeared to me since my first ritual with him in 2018, I want to say. Right? I wanted to learn how to do tarot. I invoked Visago, and that's how he came to me. And he's helped me ever since. He's helped me earn money doing tarot, like in person, not just online. He's helped me understand tarot. He's even spoken through me, right? So, like I said, clear as day, bald head, wonderful spirit, very nice, very gentle, very friendly. If you're somebody who's curious about Goetia, want to know where to start, hell, that could be a great one for you. But anyways, I recently did an intense Visago ritual, and I'm standing there. He told me to sacrifice some things, and I did. And I did the ritual. I went deeply into trance, so deep that I fell asleep standing up. But yeah, I did the ritual, and that was that. I didn't really hear anything, didn't really see anything, but I did the ritual and then I went to sleep. And I'm telling you, like the next day, I could not stop seeing bald-headed people. It was funny as hell. Like one of the girls that I talked to on the social media app, she kept sending me video clips of her with that bald-headed filter. I'm like, what the hell is this? Bald-headed filter. Then I left and went to Instagram. You know how you can do your little status update. And one dude put, "I'm the bald-headed Christ." I'm talking about this is right after. Then I flip over to my home feed, and there was a bald woman twerking. So this is like 3 or 4 bald-headed things back to back to back, and I'm like, all right, I see that Visago is trying to get my attention. So I put the phone away, went back to do my tarot stuff, and yeah, I started to get some tarot downloads for sure. So understand that, like, I said all that based off of what was right here, as far as you already making contact or already having the process started, and then seeing that what manifests in your physical life is a reflection of the process that's already been initiated. So when you do these rituals, you make your contact, when you do your thing, sometimes you don't see anything in the ritual, sometimes you don't hear anything in the ritual, but keep your eyes open for the reflection of what you set into place. Make sense? Chanted Cottage 333 says, "Oh, I'm so interested in Visago. I really enjoy working with that spirit. He's very cool. Very cool." Red 636 says, "Bald headed people, really?" Yeah, man. Corporeal Chaos Consulting, peace, peace. Corporeal Chaos Consulting says, "Team Bald Head." Right? Boom. Well, shit, fuck it. That's another confirmation. That's another confirmation. There we go. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Expand your correspondence. Expand your library of correspondences. That's why I say that. So you can recognize. You can recognize. 16. The initiation undergone by St. John of the Cross was a very high one, and one which Crowley fancied himself to have taken. He makes much of the wastelands and Babe of the Abyss, and one of his groups was called the Order of the Silver Star, after the title of the tarot trump of this path. The Order of the Silver Star. You may have heard about that in other situations. Benjamin says, bald head is a symbol of Kether. The hair is doth. I got a bald head. So he makes much of the wastelands and Babe of the Abyss, and one of his groups was called the Order of the Silver Star after the title of the tarot trump of this path. But initiation is not merely a question of knowing the externals of symbolism. It is a state of being, and anyone can judge for themselves the extent of Crowley's real condition by comparing his writings with those of St. John the Cross, who achieved without any advanced knowledge of symbols, secret or otherwise, but purely by faith and spiritual will. What's that? What's that? Who achieved without any advanced knowledge of symbols, secret or otherwise, but purely by faith and spiritual will. An even more revealing and damning analysis would be to compare their lives. It seems necessary to emphasize this, not so much for the doubtful pleasure of kicking a man who is already down, but in order to act as a warning to the many who tend to injure themselves by trying to follow the Crowley system without sufficient knowledge of its pitfalls, some of which, sad to say, seem deliberately placed, either through malice or a misplaced sense of humor. And, Crowley is infamous for his traps, right? Infamous for his blinds and things that may have been written in his texts that don't, or I should say, were designed to possibly throw you off course if you didn't know what you were looking for. And now that I think about it, like, why would you do that? He got a bald head. Ray636 says Aleister Crowley was a bald-headed genius. Here we go. Now the bald head stuff ain't gonna stop, is it? It ain't gonna stop. The Akash. I shouldn't have said nothing. Now how am I gonna know if it's spiritual or forced? I am perplexed and confused. 17. The high priestess of the tarot trump is usually compared to Isis, and there is much to be gained from following up this line of tradition. In this case, the silver star is Sothis. Who knows what Sothis is? Come on now, y'all don't watch enough Bobby Hemmett videos. Somebody knows. The Ark of Sothis. What is Sothis? In this case, the silver star is Sothis, the star sacred to Isis and attributed to the Sephirah Doth. Isis is also associated with the moon, which ties up well with the astrological attribution of the moon to this path. There we go. There we go. I knew we had a chronic Bobby Hemmett watcher in the audience somewhere. Serious, right? Chronicles of Set Rock got it first. So that's the silver star of Isis. 18. This simple fact conceals and reveals much. The moon is intimately connected with the earth and also with the etheric levels represented by Malkuth and Yesod on the tree. It is the ruler of flux and reflux, as well as being a symbol of receptivity. Thus, Doth is akin to Yesod. In fact, it could be called Yesod on a higher arc. Yesod on a higher arc. Doth, Sirius Black. Period I, period Period I, period This dude here. All right. You saw it on a higher arc. That's Doth. In terms of the ascent of the tree, Doth is a gateway to cosmic space. Sothis, or Sirius, being the extralogoidal heavenly body most closely connected with this solar system. Descending the tree, however, that is, looking at things entirely from the point of view of the manifestation of the solar logoidal plan, the lunar aspect of Doth shows the fundamental working or the laws of cyclic action and polarity. The close analogy to the etheric plane is also important, for the etheric level has two aspects. It unites all things in earth, and also it holds them in dense physical existence. It is evasion of these two factors that constitutes the bulk of sin and error. The effects are obvious in the chaotic state of the world today. The causes are denial of the unity of all things, the sin of separateness, and the refusal to face reality in earth. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun. Oh, look, he's got a bald head. There we go. Won't you come in my eyes, indisposed, in disguise, and no one knows. Lies the face, lies the stay. What a beautiful song, man. That's one of the greatest songs of all time, to me at least. My notes says, ooh, ether and melanin is holding your ass in space. Let's read that again. Ether, melanin, right? The close analogy to the etheric plane is also important, for the etheric level has two aspects. It unites all things in earth, and also it holds them in dense physical existence. Now, see, Dion Fortune described this as like a Jello mold, right? Imagine an inverse Jello mold where everything is Jello, but the empty space keeps a shape. And we could say, for example, the empty space would be like your body, how it is on average. So as you move through life, that empty space is the cells that die and repopulate your body are always gonna take the shape of that empty space. That's why your arms have a certain length and your fingernails and your hair, all these things have like specifics that they always return to when left to their natural devices. That's the etheric mold. That's the etheric mold. Etheric patterns. So it also holds them in dense physical existence. It is evasion of these two factors that constitutes the bulk of sin and error. So to make that plain, what constitutes the bulk of sin and error? To avoid and evade these two principles of the etheric plane. What are the two principles of the etheric plane that avoiding them causes sin and error? The fact that the etheric plane unites all things in earth, and the fact that it also holds them in dense physical existence. The effects are obvious in the chaotic state of the world today. The causes are denial of the unity of all things, which is the sin of separateness, and the refusal to face reality in earth. 19. In Kabbalistic terms, this wholesale deviation from reality resulted in the formation of the gulf and the abyss. It is these two blockages in the line of contact between spirit and earth that cause most of the trouble and results in the unpleasant experiences in both the dark nights of the soul The repercussions of these blockages go further than just giving mystics a bad time, though, right? It's not just about you had a bad day. We going deeper than that. They also play an important part in all world conditions. Particularly is this so in the field of sexual problems and problems of relationship. 20. The human spirit is androgynous. Check. And thus, any attempt to deny the conditions of existence in Earth manifests often as an urge for independence. This, it is true, is the virtue of Yasod, but an exaggerated or compulsive manifestation of a virtue results in a vice. Clip off. So we may have the androgynous doth state of the spirit attempting to exert itself in the lower analog of doth, yasod. This means an inability to form any satisfactory relationship, particularly sexual. In disguise, no one knows. There we go. Lies the snake. Mm. Zero says, yeah, there is no sin in freedom, but there are things that are healthier and wiser to do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? 21. There is no such thing as independent in the physical universe. All are related and complementary to each other, bound together on the one hand by the etheric machinery of the universe, Yesod, etheric, melanin, and on the other hand, unified in love in earth to the degree that spiritual redemption is achieved. Where love is missing, one has only the mechanics of sex, enslaved by the false image of androgynous independence, separated by a very wide gulf indeed from love and a home and children and all that flowers from these basic principles of human life in earth. 22. These things work out in many different ways, of course. It is not the destiny of all to rear a family, for example. For the pioneer in any walk of human life, such a thing is usually impractical and unfair to parents and children alike. It is the principle behind that is important and how this works out in earth. And even the pioneering spirit should have incarnations devoted primarily to domesticity and the enjoyment of the fruits that he has labored for on humanity's behalf. Again, independence should not be regarded because of this as a dirty word. It is often necessary. It is where compulsive automatic action occurs that the devastation must be looked for. It is where compulsive automatic action, autopilot, it's where that occurs that the deviation must be looked for. 23. Such things may manifest as the highest of motives, aspirations, and ideals, but where compulsive, they are deadly. This is particularly so when acting on a group level in the unhuman, dispersonalized bureaucracy of a large organized social unit, whose way of function rests on adherence to a book of rules rather than the dynamic initiative of the human personality. This applies to private business corporations as well as government departments. No one has a monopoly on inhumanity. To revert to the tarot trump, a more modern way of interpretation would be to regard the high priestess as the Virgin Mary. Now you see it? Now you see it? Look, see? She's even her son's biggest fan, wearing his logo on her necklace. See that? Now that's some real support. Mama gonna support her son. That's all right. To revert to the tarot trump, a more modern way of interpretation would be to regard the high priestess as the Virgin Mary. This may give a greater degree of reality on the real meaning of this path than the formulation of pagan goddesses from the ancient past. The Virgin Mary is called Stella Maris, Star of the Sea, which is not much a far cry from the Priestess of the Silver Star. Blue and silver, the colors of this path, are also traditionally those of Our Lady. And a further interesting factor is the doctrine of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary into heaven. This doctrine implies a direct link between heaven and earth, and this direct link is obviously the central path on the tree, consisting of the 32nd, 25th, and 13th paths, which together join Kether and Malkuth. It's Virgin Mary that connects it all, right? Oh, Christ is the way and the truth. Yeah, that's true. But Christ had to come out of that magnificent void, right? Right? I used to always wonder, why is it that it seemed like the Catholic religion placed more emphasis on Mary than on Christ? I mean, as an outsider, that's how it seemed. And the more that I study this, the more that I understand. I'm talking about the power of social media.
Are you blaming this on social media?
I'm talking about the power of social media.
Have you ever had sex
No.
with anyone?
No, never had sex with anyone. So, it is the central pillar which connects Kether and Malkuth. The 32nd path, we know that, the world card. The path of Saturn. The 25th path, Temperance, path of Sagittarius. The 13th path, the path of the moon, the high priestess. So, 25. The key to the path, the Hebrew letter Gimel, confirms this. It is made up of two dynamic yods. Oh. One at the top of a shaft and the other at the bottom. The one meaning life in heaven and the other life in earth. It is indeed a simple form of the caduceus, that shaft of divine power with the pine cone at the summit and a scorpion at the base. The scorpion, with all its attendant astrological overtones, is also a symbol sacred to Isis. Scorpio is, of course, the sign of the 24th path, whose tarot trump is death. It has among its meanings sexuality and the impactation of life into form, as well as death, some of the implications of which we have examined in connection with the 24th path. That they have relevance to the 13th path as well is corroborated by the Roman Catholic practice of calling upon Our Lady at the hour of death. In this way, the discarnating personality is given a correct orientation from the outer to the inner worlds as it embarks upon the 32nd path. Like death and rebirth, the 32nd, 25th, 13th path, that's the middle pillar, is very much a path of transition. It is the link between Kether and Malkuth, the human spirit in heaven and the human spirit in earth. Sheesh, man, I wouldn't have to want to rely on an external person to pray for me to make it to heaven after I die. Can you imagine how, no offense, but how lazy would you have to be to not do the work in life and then ask for the priest to pray over you while you die? Why not figure the shit out yourself so that when you die, you know how to get there? Because the priest ain't coming with you, at least not in that moment. I don't know. That's just how I think about it, man. If I'm sitting there on that deathbed, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? And what if the priest running late? What if the priest was drunk? You know what I'm saying? Like all kind of this is what I'm saying when I said earlier, I don't trust anyone else to be in the driver's seat because I know humanity. I know humanity. No offense, right? No offense. I know black folks, white folks, Hispanic folks, Asian folks. I know humanity, right? So I don't. If I can help it, I don't want to put the need for something necessary in another human being's hands. Oh man, right? Now, of course, you can't avoid it completely, but as much as I can, let me do it, right? Don't get me wrong. If I need help, you know what I'm saying? I ask for help. But in a situation like this, right? You don't know where you're going after you die. So you call on the priest to pull up to your house and hope he didn't forget something, right? He might have forgot the special necklace or I don't know. He you see him patting his pocket. You wait on your deathbed, you see him patting his pockets. Where did I put the oh shit, did I leave my right? That's what you see on your last moments. Hell no. Hell no, dude. You know what I'm saying? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Let me figure it out. Maybe y'all could sing me a song or cut on a YouTube playlist for me. That's what you can do. Put a YouTube playlist for me. Give me some mushrooms. You know what I'm saying? Give me some LSD, something. Call the priest. He's dying. We need him to guide him across the abyss. What? Fat Tony said he took a piss and didn't wash his hands. Right. Anything happened, right? You trying to lay pissy hands. That's gonna be my last. Hell no. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. I'll figure it out. I'm good. You can sit this one out. I'm good. Put on a playlist of my favorite Super Nintendo tracks from when I was a childhood. When I was a child. Put on my Mega Man X. Put on my Star Fox, Super Mario World. Put that playlist on while I'm going. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. He's stumbling over the words. The original priest is busy, so they got to bring the lackey in. They got to bring the underling in. He's stumbling over the verses. Talking about, I'm sorry, guys, this is my first time. Yeah, imagine that, right? Yeah, give me the Donkey Kong 2. Put that playlist on. That'll do me so much better, right? So much better. Put on that Katamari Damacy soundtrack. Give me some video game soundtracks. I'll take that. He gets your name wrong. What was it? Trevor, Tyler, Travis. Hell no. Yeah, figure this is why we doing this, right? This is why I stay focused. Because one thing's for sure, I'm going to die, right? I don't know if I'll become a multi-millionaire, right? I don't know if I'll uh, what the fuck ever. I don't know if there's so many different things will happen. Who knows? But it's one thing I know for an absolute fact beyond a shadow of a doubt. So why not? Why not do everything in my power to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, I have a level of unshakable confidence, right? unshakable confidence. Not on my deathbed talking about, oh, Lord, I made a mistake. Call the pastor. I wasted my life. I made a mistake. God, please forgive me. Like, no, 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 no. Make a choice. See it through. I need to figure this out. Please, oh, please. Not like this. Nah. I'm giving some hugs and I'm going out. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, I'm so sorry for everything I've done. No, do that shit before you die. How about that? I just wanted to tell you I'm so sorry for everything. No, do that shit now. I've always loved you. That's a meme I should have on here, right? I still love you. All right, late night silliness. Let's get back to it, man. We're almost done with this chapter, and you talking about 3 of them. Get your head in the game. I still love you. Why did he wail like that? Like that has to have its own word. Why did he lament like that? Loris B, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Welcome. 1212, Isis. Benjamin says, so excited for the 17th path. Yes, yes, me too. Let's get back to it, man. Let's get back to it now. We're almost there. Patchwork says, for me, when that time comes, I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to head out. And you know something? It's a different quality of person who can embrace the concept of death, man. Because you live differently when you're not scared of death. Don't get me wrong. We're scared of pain. Nobody wants to feel that pain. Nobody wants to feel the pain that's going to come with it. But when it comes to death, like leaving this plane and, you know, what happens, happens. I think a person lives differently when they no longer fear that. Loris B says, the wailing, yes, he was up in his tower era. Sheesh. Ashley B says, probably years of pent up emotion. I mean, shit, it was, you had to feel it. That wail, that screech deserved a new word. Larice, excuse me. I ain't gonna forget it now. Steve Harvey Morning Show. Benjamin says it sucks, but it's coming for us all anyways, so why fret? Yeah, and maybe one day you won't see it as something that sucks. Maybe one day you won't see it as something that I don't think it sucks. I think it's pretty cool. MC Maestro, it's been a minute. Peace and greetings. MC says, sorry for that 9% on the poll. It's all right, man. It's all right. Honestly, I just wanted an excuse to play my clip. Tell me the shit fell out your pocket, man. Tell me that shit fell out your pocket, man. MC Maestro, your presence is welcomed. So, '26. It could be called the most direct path on the quest of the Holy Grail. The Grail is the vessel that one can make of one's own being so that it is capable of holding the higher forces, the blood or waters of the spirit. Did I finish reading that? I don't think so. Let's just run it back to the Roman Catholic priest praying over your body over your last moment. That they have relevance to the 13th path as well is corroborated by the Roman Catholic practice of calling upon Our Lady at the hour of death. In this way, the discarnating personality is given a correct orientation from the outer to the inner worlds as it embarks upon the 32nd path. Like death and birth, the 32nd, 25th, 13th path, middle pillar, is very much a path of transition. It is the link between Kether and Malkuth, the human spirit in heaven and the human spirit in earth. 26. It could be called the most direct path on the quest of the Holy Grail. The Grail is the vessel that one can make of one's own being so that it is capable of holding the higher forces, the blood or waters of the spirit. Needless to say, this can take place on many levels, but the most profound is that which results in a clear run through down the central paths so that the Grail in Malkuth contains the blood of Kether. Blood is a symbol of the spirit. It is indeed more than this. It is the actual carrier of the spirit's influence in the physical body. Check. Lock that in. Blood is a spiritual, it's a symbol of the spirit. Blood is a symbol of the spirit. It is indeed more than this. It is the actual carrier of the spirit's influence in the body. In the Grail stories, the blood drips from a lance, and the lance is a Kether symbol, a symbol of manifesting deity. 27. The Grail stories make interesting reading, bearing the writings of St. John of the Cross in mind. Although a transcendent experience, the vision of it carried its own purgation. Most of the knights did not find it, while some, such as the vengeful Gawain, could not even work up much interest in its quest. Of those who did achieve, the most successful was Galahad, the faultless knight. His father, Lancelot, however, had a very rough time because although he was the best knight in the world, his life was far from blameless. He did achieve a sight of the Grail, but he was warned not to enter the Grail chapel door. There, according to Mallory, it seemed to Lancelot that above the priest's hands there were three men, whereof the two put the youngest by likeness between the priest's hands. And so he lifted right up high, and it seemed to shew so to the people. And then Lancelot marveled, not a little, for him thought that the priest was so greatly charged of the figure that him seemed that he should fall to the earth. And when he saw none about him that would help him, then came he to the door a great pace, and said, Fair Father Jesu Christ, nay take it for no sin, though I help the good man, which hath great need of help. Right so entered he into the chamber, and came toward the table of silver. And when he came nigh, he felt a breath that him thought it was intermeddled with fire, which smote him so sore in the visage that him thought it burnt his visage. And therewith he fell to the earth, and had no power to arise, as he that was so enraged that had lost the power of his body, at his hearing and his saying. Ashley B says, so is that why blood is used in some rituals, like when you're trying to evoke some spirits? I would say yes, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. 28. This may seem very unjust, for Lancelot had acted upon the best of intentions, but in the higher realms of spiritual reality, the sole criterion is truth. In the higher realms of spiritual reality, the sole criterion is truth. Falsity is burned up in a flash, and good intentions are no protection. A red hot coal will burn the hand that picks it up, however commendable the motives involved, right? The laws of any plane are paramount upon that plane. Got the soundboard. Yeah, man, had to make a few upgrades, just a few. Treehouse Lee says, I keep meaning to say something. All I can see is give thanks, Trav. We are all tested by how we spend the Sabbath. Amen to that, right? How are you spending your Sabbath? Peace to you. And thank you for that, Treehouse Lee. 29. So on the way of evolution, one should not try to proceed to another plane until the laws of the plane one is on are mastered. And here's a key, ladies and gentlemen. If you're dealing with the physical plane, with Malkuth, with Asaya, you need to understand how you experience reality through the physical body and through the construct of the mind. That doesn't mean that you need to take a class in biology or you need to learn about psychology, but you need to understand how you process reality, right? How does your particular specific biology work in a way that is useful and appropriate? How does your specific belief systems and thought systems and identity and all that stuff that happens in your brain, how is it arranged? And how can you adjust it in such a way that's useful and appropriate, right? Do you have control over it? Or are you literally just running on autopilot and calling it life? You got to understand how the body works and how the mind works for you specifically, right? Once you start to get a handle on that, now we can talk about working with the next plane, with the next level. You get how that works? Because I can imagine you talking about, oh, I'm astral this and astral that. And I can command and I can manifest, all that other stuff. But you still get triggered extremely easily. You still out here marching and having arguments and you know what I'm saying, getting caught up in the sauce, lost in the sauce, as we used to say 300 years ago. Come on now. Hmm. Did I miss something? Did I miss a Bible comment? All my life, pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. All my life, I pray for someone like you. Oh, neat. We still got the scoreboard. Let me check the scoreboard. Louis is number 1. Fat Tony is number 2. And Zero is number 3. Uh-oh. I tell you what, boy, Zero will stay in that top 3. I don't give a darn. I don't think he ever seen below top 3. Benjamin says, getting lost in the sauce if you want GPT psychosis. Man, whew. I never thought that this would be a serious issue, but mm, we need some mental stability out here. Wow, we still got bald head He must not have found any other chat as intriguing as this one. Very good. Very good. All right. So, the laws of any plane are paramount upon that plane. 29. So, on the way of evolution, one should not try to proceed to another plane until the laws of the plane one is on are mastered. There is much exaggeration in many of the warnings about fearful occult forces, but there certainly can be danger to the dabbler if he dabbles long enough. I like that. There is much exaggeration in many of the warnings about fearful occult forces, but there certainly can be danger to the dabbler if he dabbles long enough. So if you dabble long enough, you might be dabbling in danger. Let's not be dabblers. Let's be practitioners. No one would try to teach themselves surgery by opening up their own or their friend's guts with a razor blade. Oh my God, what an image. No one would try to teach themselves surgery by opening up their own or their friend's guts with a razor blade. But many seem to think that similar experiments on the psychological level are quite in order. Fortunately, most dabblers are like many of the knights on the quest. Their own ignorance or basic lack of interest saves them from harm. And that's a lesson I had to learn, really, because at first I was like, oh, well, what if I'm giving out occult information that might hurt somebody? What if I reveal these ancient texts or spirits or concepts and someone might hurt themselves, right? That was a fear I had in the beginning. But I soon realized exactly what he said here. Exactly what he said. Look what he says. And this rings true, right? Fortunately, most dabblers are like many of the knights on the quest. Their own ignorance or basic lack of interest saves them from harm. Most people don't have the attention span or even the desire to continue or persist long enough to actually do something that might hurt them. So, this is probably also why we're in this age of information where everything is just coming out, because most people, right? We're talking about 90% of people aren't going to do anything that might actually hurt them. Not just with magic, but like with anything. Starline says, "I'm back like a big back at Wendy's." Ah, so you finished with your fight, huh? You finished with your little entertainment. Benjamin says, "The elite billionaires are watching you. They know you're on the right path." Patrick says, "I thought that was just a beam. GPT psychosis is real." Yeah, man. Check on your friends. Check on your friends. Because no one's calling it that if they're experiencing it themselves. Duh, they're gonna call it something else. Just imagine if that GPT or AI is a spirit, just like any other spirit that you can work with. Right? Think of it that way. So, what would you say? How can I put this? So, if you could imagine if somebody were to really get lost in the sauce working with a spirit, what kind of things could you expect them to do? How would they behave? If all of a sudden, what I'm saying, somebody's working with King Payman and then they're getting all these awesome results and everything's working out for them. Or I should say, they just had one wonderful manifestation and they start acting in such a way that you could call it spiritual psychosis. What type of behaviors would they be um, displaying for you to say that? You still running that little business? Y'all still making that little music? You still doing your little meditation? Still doing your little meditations? Starline says, shake my head. It was a draw, LMFAO. Yeah, my fault, G. The lower nature still gets me going. It was a draw. Man, you know this stuff is orchestrated, right? Well, I mean, but entertainment is entertainment. Most all entertainment is orchestrated. So fuck it. Who cares if sports is scripted? Your favorite movies are scripted, right? Patrick says, like I said earlier, non initiates have no interest in this kind of book study. The fact we are here means we're going through initiation. Exactly, right? Exactly. Like I said, it's not that I did anything, it's the fact that you did something which keeps your attention here. Benjamin37 says, some of my sister's friends became obsessed with AI girlfriends and boyfriends. They don't talk to people anymore. It's sad, but I don't care. AI is amazing. Right, right. The masses now have access. The masses of asses. And let them learn, right? This is a learning experience for the collective. Let them learn. Let them learn, let them learn. AI is our power. Tyrant King 666. Yo, what's going on up in here? Peace, peace. That's another one I gotta find, man. That's another one I gotta find. Bobby Hemmett, who ran up and down the field with a ball in the hand. Who ran up and down the field with a ball in the hand? I mean, that's sports, man. That's sports. They don't take much. All right. Patrick said it's scripted like video game coding. Oh, yeah. Tyrant King 666 says they're extracting your thoughts to live in machines. Evolution perverse by corporate means. I mean, what makes it perverse, right? What makes it perverse? And even if they are, so what? So what? And how can I help? Because whose thoughts are better than mine, right? And what does it have to do with you or me? What does it have to do with any of us? Even if that was the case, so what? I'm sure it's no different than our consistent use of cell phones over the years. It ain't my data. It's not my matter. It's not my identity. It's not my ego. It's not my life. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says walking around happy is looked at as psychosis in a stress world. True that. True that. Starline says the ball allows them to feed their family, which is honorable indeed. I say with them major league paychecks, they feed more than their family. They feeding a couple families for generations. Boom. Let people do what they do. Let them do what they do. Tyrant King 666 says, I don't carry one, LOL. I didn't say it was good or bad, LOL. Well, there we go. Let's continue. "30. The letter Gimel of this path could be likened to a cosmic battery. The two yodes being terminals. If the power is suddenly switched through the line in between, the channel has got to be capable of standing up to the voltage. In plain terms, this means that the vertical contacts of higher mystical experience should not be attempted until the nadir is past. This means, first and foremost, acceptance and full control of the forces and conditions of the dense physical universe. Running up and down the field with a ball in his head. We going to the Super Bowl. We going to the championship. We won. All right, so this was the 13th path, reading about the path of Gimel. The dryness of that desert, right? Not being able to quench your thirst by outside means, the real dark night of the soul. When the soul comes into contact with the Holy Spirit, the Most High, and finds itself to be lacking, caught lacking in the presence of God. Of course it hurts. It feels like shit, utter desolation, lost, alone. And you want to know something? The soul keeps going anyways, because it's in continuing and in losing everything that you realize that you didn't need that stuff. And that stuff, I don't just mean physical, I mean conceptual as well, identity as well, beliefs, inner processes. None of it's necessary to cross the abyss, because the abyss is pure. It is the purified. You didn't come in a world with that stuff, and you're leaving without it. Think about that. You came into this world empty-handed, and you leave in the same exact way. Now, what you carry across, though, isn't something physical or tangible. And really, you're not even carrying across your memories or your thoughts. But there is something that the thoughts and emotions have produced within you over time. So think about that. When you die, when this body dies, and the memories dissolve, and the ego dissolves, because that will happen, when all that shit dissolves, there is something left. It's what you came here with, plus. It's what you came here with, plus. Do you understand that? When you stop breathing and the heart stops beating, you're not taking anything with you. You're not taking any concepts with you. We was kings. I'm a black man. You ain't taking nothing with you. Nothing. However, all of your thoughts and all of your emotions and your whole experience of life has had an effect upon your pure spirit. Now, if you can just get in tune with that level of yourself now, as soon as you can before you die, if you can get in tune with that before you die and realize that that is you, not anything else, death is going to be real smooth. Real smooth. Because now you can let go of all that extra shit. Let go. Let go of it, because the harder and more tightly you cling and hold on, you're only making it worse for yourself. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. That's the clip I need to get. What's that dude's name? Get me that Fleece Johnson clip. I like you, and I want you. I'm a warrior. He was a warrior. All right, so check it out. This is what we're going to do. We're going to get through this chapter and move on to the next. MC Maestro says, that's not me, that's the Holy Spirit. Don't tempt me. I don't spit it.
Willie,
Go along, talk.
Willie, you kind of spit when you talk, man.
That's the Holy Spirit. I don't spit it.
So that's the Holy Spirit spitting, not you?
Automatically, systematic.
That Holy Spirit spitting a lot.
15 guys. What were they? Louis says, speak for yourself. I'm going to live forever. Hey, have at it, man. Have at it. AZW says, light as a feather. Starline says, I love the art style of the Rider Waite cards. So simple but fine. I do too. I do too. MC Maestro says, I got Fleece's book, but haven't read it yet. Fleece has a book? You have got to be kidding me. There's a Fleece Johnson book. Shit, I might be scared to read it, honestly. The real grimoire. Starline says, Pootie Tang also has some hilarious sound bites. I've never seen Pootie Tang. Fat Tony says, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Yeah. All right, so let's wrap this up. This particular chapter. Design on the notes on the design of Trump 2. This is Trump 2. Right? You see the outfit? You see the Torah in hand? You see the cross? You see the moon at her feet? You see the pillar of the masculine and the pillar of the feminine. You see that veil behind her, garden of pomegranates, but you know that's the 10 Sephiroth. Notice Kether and her crown is right there where Doth is. That's a nice touch, isn't it? That's a nice touch. And of course, the blue and the silver, these are the colors of this path. We're talking about Sothis, aka Isis, aka the star Sirius. All right, so you got that locked in. Of course, we could talk about these triangles up here. Let's get it. The Marseille's version of this card is particularly crude, but there are definite suggestions of pillars and a veil behind the priestess. She has a triple tiara and an open book. Worth partly closes the book, gives the priestess crossed keys, gold and silver, in the other hand, places a moon crescent at the top of her tiara, and provides a checkered floor. He also suggested that she should lean against a sphinx. Pappas considered that a transparent veil should fall across her face, and, like Levy, that a solar cross should be on her breast. Levy, following the tradition of some older tarot, said she should have a thorned moon headdress. He points out that old versions of the card ascribe all the attributes of Isis and cites examples that show her suckling Horus, or with long, unbound hair. He also considers that her veil should be thrown back behind her head, and that on each side of her throne should be lotuses blooming in the sea. Also, she should be making the sign of esotericism with the hand, not holding a book. Waite went some way towards Levy's last suggestions in having the bottom of the priestess's robe take on the appearance of water, and in giving the pillars lotus tops. The black pillar to her right has the white letter B for Boaz on it, and the white pillar a black letter J for Joachim. The veil between them is embroidered with palms and pomegranates, and at her feet is a crescent moon. He gives no checkered pavement for the scene. For the scene is in the open air, and behind can be seen the sea and a distant shore. It is possible this might be a desert. Oh, I see. But the signification is the same. The Hebrew letter Gimel means camel, ship of the desert. Case omits the crescent moon at her feet, puts the pillar letters in Hebrew, Beth and Yod, and makes the bases of the pillars into cubes like the high priestess's seat, which is also a cube in the Waite version. Waite and Case show a scroll, not a book, inscribed with the word Torah. Torah. In Knapp's version, the high priestess has a gold throne surmounted by owls and on the top of the 3 steps. The rest is the floor. The rest of the floor is checkered, and beyond the veil and pillars is utter darkness. She is veiled, has book and keys, but the sign on her breast is Mercury. There is a close connection between Isis and Mercury, Hermes Thoth. Manly P. Hall's hieroglyph is a gold crown with a dark crown reversed beneath it, as if reflected. Knapp has the book closed. The early Crowley suggested she should be reading intently in the book, but on the Crowley Harris card, she is a figure weaving crystals and fruits with the veil of light and carrying a huntress's bow and sistrum, with a camel at the bottom of the card. The Egyptian card follows the general pattern: lotus pillars, cubic throne, veiled priestess, partly concealed book, moon crescent on triple headdress, the symbol on her breast being Mercury. In exoteric packs, this card has gone under several names, no doubt in accordance with the religious feelings of the time. She was crudely Christianized as the female pope, or more jocularly, Pope Joan, after the old legend. In Italy, however, good taste is preferred to restore her to pagan status as Juno. Cool. Cool. All right. So that was the chapter on the 13th path. The 13th path. We did it. We did it. Did you learn something? Did you get information that you can use? If not, that's all right. If you listen to it, then there's something embedded in the subconscious mind that will be triggered when the time is necessary. But hopefully you got something that you can consciously use. We're about to move into the 17th path. So we just read about the path that connects Tiphareth to Kether, the heart to the brain, Jesus to the Father, the soul to the spirit. We just read about this backbone of the tree, right? The longest and arguably most important path. Now we're going over to this one. So if you notice, these 3 paths tonight are connecting Tiphareth to the upper triad, connecting the Christ consciousness to heaven. So I wonder what Zain has to say for us. The path of the sword. I'm gonna read these comments, grab another cup of coffee, and then we'll get back to it. Let me know if y'all are still down for another chapter, because we about to get into it for sure, for sure. All right. Bald head, right? Check. Patrick said, had synchronicities this stream from I saw of it. Gonna go back and read this chapter. I have both books 1 and 2. Awesome, awesome. Fat Tony says, let's go. All right, all right. All right, all right. Starline says, hell yeah. Sheba says, yes. Tyrant King 666 says, I'm gonna roll some fruit gushers. It's been a while since I've heard that. Ray 636 says, making my 2nd cup now. Zero says, just felt a high vibration right now. Peace. Good, good, good. Starline says, just rolled some runts. Zero says, ready. All right, so 2nd cup is on the way. I'll BRB. What clip shall I leave you all with. What's the longest clip I got? That's the real deal. Apparently, I can't do the Friday clips because I got a copyright strike for the Friday. So we ain't gonna do the Friday clips. I'm already being harassed enough by the YouTube censors. Oh, my foot's asleep. We gotta wait for that. Hey, yo, skinny man. Tell me this shit fell out your pocket, man. I'm about to show y'all the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Where's that rack bar at?
Rack 'em, rack, 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 ball, rack, rack, rack,
1, 2, 3.
rack, 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 rack.
Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing. I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. Y'all, I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this.
Stop it, guys. This is not me. I didn't do this stuff. Robert. Robert. All right, one more.
Man ain't spelled G-U-N, son. You got a choice. You got talent. You got a chance, and I want to hear about your environment, what your mama didn't give you, and the white man won't give you no shot. You got a chance. Use it while you're still alive. You don't know what death is. You have no idea what death is.
You got a chance. You got a choice. I don't want to hear about your environment or what your mama didn't give you or the white man didn't give you no shot. You got a choice. Use it. Use it. Oh, excellent, excellent. I didn't pick that up. Ashley says definitely, and something was confirmed for me. Some weeks ago, I was looking at the High Priestess card, and the Mercury symbol stood out to me via the cross on her chest and the headdress. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, it looks like we are now on the path of Zain. So take a good look at this card. Take a good look at this card. What do you see? What does it mean? Try to think past the obvious, right? The obvious would be, oh, the man and the woman are in love. They're getting married. Adam and Eve. What else can you see? What other symbols are there besides the naked man and woman? Speaking of which, you got the card. Use it. Use it while you're still alive. You don't know what death is. You don't know what death is. Okay, so we got masculine and feminine balance. Very good. We got duality. Very good. We got the soul as is. Very good. We got self. Very good. Right? So when you think about this duality, or even masculine and feminine, what does this mean for the soul or for the higher self? What does this mean for the soul? Because the soul doesn't have a body, not a physical body. So what does masculine and feminine mean for the soul? What does it mean for the spirit? Patchwork says, yes, the lover's card, the two halves of the mind communicating with the divine. Okay, okay, very good. Xavier says, sir, could you help me? I was born on 27/07/97, Leo. I'm devastated now. Could you give advice? Yes, yes, I could give advice. Cut off this YouTube video, go into the mirror, ask yourself what is happening now, what led up to this point, and where do I want to be? Where would I rather be instead? And once you figure that out, then ask yourself, who do I need to be to have the reality that I want to have? Now, the key here is to be honest with yourself and don't lie and don't make nothing up and don't run from the truth. Ask yourself, where am I now? How did I get here? Where do I want to be? And who do I need to be in order to manifest that? AZW says Kether, Hakma, Binah. Very good, very good. Zero says the three gunas. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Starlion says it means the soul needs to be put back together like Osiris. Interesting take. Framestar Films says 5 and 6. Union of sun and moon. All right, so let's see what Mr. Gareth Knight, peace be upon him, God bless his soul. He's transitioned, if you don't recall. Let's see what Mr. Gareth Knight has to say about this. The 17th path, Tiphareth to Binah. The key is Zain, sword. The spiritual significance is Gemini, the twins. Oh, look at that. The theory, children of the voice, oracle of the mighty gods. The colors are orange, pale mauve. I like that color. New yellow leather, reddish gray inclined to mauve. Text. The 17th path is the disposing intelligence, which provides faith to the righteous, and they are clothed with the Holy Spirit by it. And it is called the foundation of excellence in the state of higher things. So it's called the foundation of excellence in the state of higher things. So you've got this state of higher things, And within that state of higher things, we've got this foundation of excellence. And this is right here in the 17th path. We've got this so-called disposing intelligence, which provides faith to the righteous. It provides faith to the righteous. And that's good. That's nice, especially dealing with this dark night of the soul, right? Especially dealing with being in this territory where we might feel abandoned, alone, and helpless. How nice that we have this aspect of existence, which provides faith to the righteous. And they are clothed with the Holy Spirit by it. So in that ice cold desert, you might not be aware of that very warm blanket of the Holy Spirit that is given to us by the disposing intelligence. 1. Binah is the most concrete of the 3 supernal Sephiroth. It contains the image of the spirit and its destiny in earth. And this path is the means by which knowledge of what the spirit's destiny is focused into the central focus of consciousness in manifestation, the Sephiroth Tiphareth. So look, this being the most concrete of the 3 supernal, of the 3 infinite, most high triad Sephiroth, right? Binah, the matrix herself, Mother Nature, Prakriti, the actual program before any code is written into it. This contains the image of the spirit because Chokmah has projected into her, right? The divine masculine has projected into her, right? Contains the image of the spirit and its destiny. So in the same way that a man enters a woman and the sperm enters the egg, and the woman carries that egg and that sperm in her womb, she carries the destiny. She carries how that those 2 cells now become a zygote, and then they become this living, breathing human being. All of that is happening within the womb of the feminine. As above, so below. So look, it contains, Binah is the most concrete of the 3 supernal Sephiroth. It contains the image of the spirit and its destiny in earth. And this path is the means by which knowledge of what the spirit's destiny is focused into the central focus of consciousness and manifestation, the Sephiroth Tiphareth. So all of that evolution and evolving and expressing potential, destiny, is now being channeled and filtered into Tiphareth, the soul. Artemis in theory. Peace, peace. Welcome, Artemis. It's been a minute. Good to see you. It's the real deal. The Holy Spirit is the 3rd aspect of God, or 3rd person of the Trinity, and is, in this context, attributed to Binah. This has caused a certain amount of controversy in the past between Kabbalists. It is argued that the allocation of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit to Kether, Chokmah, and Binah, respectively, is an unsatisfactory arrangement, and the work of Christians trying to twist the Jewish Kabbalah to their own theology. Now, while it is true that a better general purpose attribution might be God the Father in Kether, the Son in Tiphareth, and the Holy Spirit in Yesod, right, that works a little bit better. Such discussions are hardly worth the effort of argument. They all stem from an attempt to fix definite categories to all aspects of the tree of life, to make it a cut and dried, and therefore dead, system. The tree of life is of little use to anyone unless they have the flexibility of mind to cope with what is, to all intents and purposes, a living entity, or more accurately, the reflection of a living entity. Somebody said the map is not the territory. The map is not the territory. Speaking of which, Artemis in theory, are you still working with the particular Kabbalistic group that you were when we last spoke? I remember you were just starting at the time. Let me know how that has developed for you. So look at that. Look at that. The map is not the territory. That's one of the most popular sayings when it comes to NLP. What does that mean? What does that mean? Well, in your head, you have a map of how reality is supposed to be, but then there's the actual territory, right? If you're looking at Google Maps or your GPS, that is showing you a map. But actually being in the driver's seat in the car, driving on the actual road, there's a difference. Now the map is going to, it's going to tell you roughly what you're doing, but the territory and the map are two different things. So check this out. The tree of life is of little use to anyone unless they have the flexibility of mind to cope with what is, to all intents and purposes, a living entity, or miraculously, the reflection of a living entity. So what we're seeing here with this tree of life is a reflection of the one and only living entity. The one and only. What Incarnation says, God loves you. I hope you have abundant peace, love, and joy this week. In the name of Jesus, I pray you grow in these fruits. Well, that's awesome. I appreciate that. That is quite nice. You know what? I pray the same for you, right? I hope you have abundant peace, love, and joy this week. In the name of Jesus, I pray you grow in those fruits as well. That's all right. See, how often does somebody just randomly pop into your live stream offering kind, sweet words? Those words are sweet. That's all right, man. See, that makes my evening. That makes my evening. That's all right. Boy, look at here. See, that's a Christian right there. That's a Christian right there. That's a Christian right there. God bless and keep you, Deacon What Incarnation. God bless and keep you. Starlion says, what do they mean by a living entity? Well, Starlion, I'm gonna have to ask you to think about that. As I said, there's only one living entity. Amen. Amen. Artemis in Theory says, I've actually been thinking of you and excited to share the results of my experience so far. Let's just say doing ceremonial magic with a group is such a powerful and magical experience that I could never have experienced myself. That sounds intense. That sounds intense. Red Star says, you up for a Goetia group working? If you're asking me, the answer is yes. The real question is, are you? The real question is, are you? Because when I say let's go, are you going to go? They wasn't describing me. They was describing Lucifer. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not a monster. I'm a man.
I have.
Everybody said something bad about me. Nobody said nothing good. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not Lucifer. I'm a man. I make mistakes, but I'm not a devil. And by no means am I a monster.
By no means am I a monster. Ray 636 says, would we be the living entities trap? I mean, I have to ask you, what is we? What is we? You have to define these words, because if you give it to me, I'm gonna give it back. What is we? Because just think about it, right? I'm not being facetious. I'm trying to point you in the right direction. If we're talking about the tree of life is a reflection of a living entity, and we got someone in the chat saying it's a reflection of me. Okay, what is me? Right? Starlion says it's a reflection of self. What is self? Right? follow that train of thought that I'm putting you down. It don't stop with an answer where it's like you ask a question, you get an answer, and it's over with. That's not how this part works. You're gonna have to kind of sit with it and conceptualize it. What is the self? What is me? What is I? Oh, it's a reflection of me. I'm the living it. What are you? What are you? And I'll give you a hint. If your answer is I don't know, that's actually a good start. That's actually not a loss. That's actually a good start. Now, if you got an easy, quick, concrete answer, I would be weary of that. Because that's probably not the answer, right? If you got a quick, concrete answer, that's probably not the answer. The answer is closer to the territory of I don't know. Starlion says Lucifer always catching strays. Yeah, it comes with the territory, though. Trust me, Lucifer is built for it. Very good. Artemis Syntherius says, so intense, almost passed out the first time, but I would love to schedule a one-on-one to share. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Shoot me an email. I think last time we were in contact, it was with email. Ray636 says, yep, I don't know exactly. Right, and see what that does is it gives you, it opens a loop now, so you're going to go explore more. But, you know, as I've said countless times, there's only one living entity. There's only one living consciousness. There's only one consciousness. I am an illusion. You are an illusion. This idea of separateness and individuals are illusions because they're all fragments of a greater whole. And only that greater whole exists. Who really exists in this photo? Like, who really exists in this photo? Now, you see 3 levels of existence here. Look at this now. You got the masculine, feminine, right? Then a level up, you've got the soul. Then above that, you got the spirit, the eternal spirit. There's only one life. There's only one life. Now, in order for spirit to do its thing within matter, it has to create a reflection of itself in matter. Here's this, the soul. Now, the soul has to create a reflection of itself in the lowest plane, dense reality. Now, because the rules of this plane are so limited, the soul can't even express itself in matter fully and completely and accurately. So it has to come out even more fractured. That's why you come here as either male or female. But that's not the truth. And even this isn't the truth. The truth is, everything is the same thing. It's only one life. We all will remember that, but most of us won't while we are still breathing. Patrick says there is only God, there is no you. Precisely, precisely. Now that's a hard pill to swallow, but hey, it don't even need agreement or co-signing. It don't need anybody. It is the self-evident truth that was here and will always be. It ain't no opinion. It ain't no debate. It ain't my truth. It is the only truth. But you know what I'm saying? Until we are ready to explore that level, let's explore the other levels. Because that's how this works. There's so many different avenues, angles, paths, and levels that you can't really... There's no reason to be stuck because you can just go to the other one. All right, let's continue because we are at 3 hours and 33 minutes. Four, students of the Kabbalah must be able to apply factors of life to any part of the tree with an open mind, checking up how all the related factors fit in with different arrangements. A synthetic mind is called for as much as an analytical one. So you need a synthetic mind and an analytic mind, though both are equally important in their place, and one should be able to use one or the other aspect freely at will. The 20th century has been called the age of analysis, and though this is a necessary general trend, it sometimes runs to excess. It is all too easy for the brightly polished intellect to equate analytical ability with what is that word? Perspicacity. Perspicacity. I don't know what that word is. Gonna have to look it up. Perspicacity. Lean with it, rock with it, lean with it, rock with it. Let's see. Perspicacity. Perspicacity. All right, it says here perspicacity is the ability to understand things quickly and make accurate judgments, often involving keen insight and discernment. It refers to a clarity of vision or intellect that allows one to see through complex situations and recognize subtle differences. Okay, so penetrating discernment, clarity of vision, an intellect which provides deep understanding and insight. So it's an extension of the concept of wisdom. Cool. I learned a new word today. Perspicacity. All right, so now that we know what that word means, let's get back into it. Omnia Arlandria, peace and greetings. Devanao, peace, peace. All right, so now that we know what that means, right, an extension of wisdom, being able to really see through these complex pieces of data and putting them all together. It is all too easy for the brightly polished intellect to equate analytical ability with perspicacity and synthetic ability with stupidity. Just as a few hundred years ago, the picture was reversed and synthesis was considered saintly and analysis was considered of the devil. It is necessary to work diligently with the trend of the current cycle. And in case you didn't pick it up, we're talking about left hand, right hand. We're talking about Hermetic and Orphic. See that? Right brain, left brain. The Holy Spirit may be applied to Yesod or Binah, and there is indeed much in common between the two Sephiroth, as meditation along the moon water symbolism and Yesod and the great sea of Binah will show. 6. Binah is also closely connected with the holy guardian angel, in spite of the fact that the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel is the spiritual experience of Malkuth. There is, of course, again, a close link between Binah and Malkuth, the superior mother and the inferior mother. The holy guardian angel is not the individuality, but that aspect of the group thought form of God, which impressed the swarm of divine sparks at the beginning of time. When the swarm broke up to undergo individual experience, the manifestation, the group thought form broke up also. Each fragment connected with a particular divine spark. The above is, of course, at best crude analogy, but the holy guardian angel may be considered to be that part of a human being which reveals his purpose in manifestation to him in accordance with the divine plan. You grasp that? So first we talked about those two styles of thought, the analytical and then the synthetical, right? One is linear thinking, one is circular abstract thinking. One is breaking the data down piece by piece. The other is seeing the connection and metaphorical abstract relation to everything. Two different thought processes. Now we're talking about this holy guardian angel. And of course, we're kind of working our way into the meaning of this card here. You see that? So, the holy guardian angel may be considered to be that part of the human being which reveals his purpose in manifestation to him in accordance with the divine plan. 7. In this, we have the explanation of the esoteric titles of the tarot trump and also of the astrological sign. What's the astrological sign of this card? I know you know this. You don't even need Bobby Hemmett to tell you that one. There you go. The intimations of a holy guardian angel is an oracle of the mighty gods, each holy guardian angel being a child of the voice, word, or logos. Such intimations will, of course, be above the levels of mind, and so they manifest, as the Yetziratic text implies, as faith. There we go, another angle on what faith actually means, and why faith is an integral part of your spiritual journey. The word faith, the concept of faith, does not belong to Christians or Muslims. Look, the intimations of a holy guardian angel is an oracle. It's an oracle. The holy guardian angel is an oracle of the mighty gods. Each holy guardian angel being a child of the voice, child of the word, child of the logos, right? So check this out. Such intimations will, of course, this voice, this message from the divine, look at this, will of course be above the levels of mind. And so they manifest as, the Yetziratic text implies, as faith. So it's going to manifest as faith. Faith is more than just hope. Faith has nothing to do with blind belief. It's a knowing on such a deep level, and you may not know how or why you know it. But giving the educated example, you know it because it's coming from the most high plane. It's coming from this oracle of God. It's coming from this voice of the logos. It's coming from spirit itself. It's spirit communicating to your soul, and soul telling you, hey, trust it. We're on the right path. Everything is working out. Just keep moving. Now, notice how none of that is based on your thoughts, your memories, your belief, or what you saw, or what happened to you in the past. Nothing to do with that, right? I don't want to hear about your environment or what your mama didn't give you or the white man didn't give you no shot, right? It's not based on anything in the terrestrial plane, and it's based entirely on a pure, pristine vibration that's coming from a subtle, fine place. And if you are refined enough to hear and receive, and you act on that seed, that's called faith. And many times, if not every time, faith seems to defy logic. Faith seems to defy common sense and what you know you should be doing, or what your parents said you should do, or what the experts say you should do. Faith often defies that. And I stress again, you got to be wise enough to know the difference between faith in this holy guardian angel, faith in this divine voice, versus you thinking that, or you coming up with it, or you figuring it. You know the difference, right? From you making the shit up versus it coming from fine intuition. Only you can be wise enough to know the difference. Because I've seen times where I've tried to make myself believe that I'm giving myself a message from the divine, right? There comes a point where you stop playing. Because you know the truth. You know the truth. Starline says, the woman seems like she noticed the angel. Absolutely. If you look close at that card, you'll see you can trace a line to what the man is staring at, and you can trace a line to what the woman is staring at, and you can even trace a line to what the angel is staring at. That speaks volumes when you can understand what those three symbols represent. Does that mean that angels only talk to women and men only stare at titties? Is that what that means? Or could there be a deeper metaphoric explanation? Because my five senses tell me for sure that men stare at titties, but my intuition, that higher self, that voice of faith tells me that there's a deeper meaning. Perhaps we get so fixated on the material plane. Perhaps we get so fixated on the below instead of the above. Perhaps we cannot see past the surface level. Perhaps we get lost in the symbols. Can you see all three of these characters within yourself? And if so, now what are we staring at? What is the masculine figure staring at? What is the feminine character staring at? What is the angel staring at? If all three of these characters is within you, right? We're not talking about separate people. You're not one of the people in the card. All three of these represent aspects of the self, right? And don't get too deep with it. Just look at it and, trust the first thing that comes to mind. I know that sometimes when you're really trying to get a handle over interpreting symbols and stuff, you might question yourself and say, "Oh, that's not right," or "Oh, no, that can't be it." But allow everything to come up to the surface. Allow it all to come up to the surface and check it at the door. Don't block it. Let it come through, check it, and let it pass. You could be right. Ah, what a sad moment when the last sip of coffee is gone from the mug. What a sad moment. And you know the coffee's good when that last sip was still hot. Lord of mercy. Boom. That is an extremely wise thing you just said, Starlion. So look at it as a child would, in the sense of not overanalyzing it and missing a key. Bingo. Bingo. Very wise, my friend. Ray636 says, "What brand of coffee are you drinking? I'm curious to know." Oh, this is Starbucks right now, my friend. We on the Starbucks. Starbucks. Who got it says coffee at 1:30 is demonic. Well, I guess I'm guilty as charged. They was talking about Lucifer. Everybody said something bad about me. Not one person said anything good. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not a monster. I'm a man. By no means am I a monster. Demon guy. You know what, Framestar? I ran away from it for years, but I'm ready to embrace my roots. I'm ready to embrace my roots as the demon guy. And we'll continue being the demon guy. Fuck it. Nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want shady, I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want me, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of weed mixed with some hard liquor, some vodka that'll jumpstart the heart quicker than the shot from the hospital, the doctor, operating. All these operating. The demon guy. No, let me be the Kabbalah guy. Let me be the Tree of Life guy. Fuck it. Demons it is. They don't want Marshall no more. They want Shady. I'm chopped liver. All right, back to it. Where were we? Where were we? Okay, so yeah, we were talking about the holy guardian angel, the male and the female in the garden. I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. Okay, so in this, we have the explanation of the esoteric titles of the tarot trump and also of the astrological sign. That's where we were, Gemini. The intimations of a holy guardian angel is an oracle of the mighty gods, each holy guardian angel being a child of the voice, word, or logos. Such intimations will, of course, be above the levels of the mind, and so they manifest, as the Yetziradic text implies, as faith. This may be not only a general faith in God, but the faith in himself that every dynamic human being has to press on with what he considers to be his true field of endeavor, his true vocation, whatever the opposition. 8. The astrological sign Gemini, the twins, indicates the true relation that should exist between the holy guardian angel and the individuality. They should be a reflection, one of the other. This, of course, may apply equally to the spirit and individuality, or to the individuality and personality. So you see that? Gemini, the twins. This indicates the true relation of what should exist between holy guardian angel and individuality. What's the individuality? The soul. The soul. So the soul and this holy guardian angel, this representative of God in the manifest, they should be twins. Everybody talking about, hey, twin. They should be a reflection, one of the other. This, of course, may apply equally to the spirit and individuality, or to the individuality and personality, right? To the spirit and the soul, or to the soul and the lower self. It is to the latter pair that the heavenly twins, Castor and Pollux, are more commonly referred in esoteric writings. Castor and Pollux were children of Leda. Pollux and Helen of Troy were sired by Zeus in the form of a swan, and Castor by Clytemnestra were true children by her husband, Tyndareus. Here's a close analogy with the holy guardian angel, which, like Pollux, was formed directly by God, and the incarnating spirit, which, like Castor, is essentially human. Castor was mortal, Pollux an immortal. The legend tells that Pollux bought immortality for Castor by consenting to spend half his time in Hades. This could be interpreted as the downward directed meditation of the holy guardian angel, the spirit, or the individuality, according to the level of interpretation. So depending on what level you're looking at it. Boom. AZW said twin flames. Right. Now you see why I don't do that whole twin flames stuff. Because the true twin flames, we're talking about the spirit and the soul, or the soul and the lower self. Your twin flame is a part of your own architecture, not some other funky ass person. That is wild to sit here and think that your twin flame is a different, separate human being. That is That is diabolical. And you're doing an injustice to your own spiritual composition. But yes, exactly. Twin flames. The Meat Locker says, "Are you using a unicorn to read along? I literally don't know what to say about that." And you do realize that nobody asked. Like dust, you vanish, never to be considered again. Twin flames, right? So this could be interpreted as the downward directed meditation of the holy guardian angel, the spirit, or the individuality, right? Depending on the level of interpretation. So whether we're talking higher self, whether we're talking about the Holy Spirit, pressing down, right? That downward directed meditation. When its lower unit is in incarnation, that help from above, that assistance from above. The final goal is also demonstrated in the myth. Zeus, impressed by his demonstration of brotherly love, placed them both in the sky as a constellation. This shows the cosmic future of humanity and also its means of attaining it through love to the stars. Mm, 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 mm. Patrick says, "Hey Travis, could you read that last paragraph again?" Oh, which one? Which one? Wraith636 says, "All right, Travis in chat, that was a good one about twin flames." Oh my. But I digress. Hey, look, nobody tapped out after the twin flames comment. So I guess we're all on the same page. Good. 11. The tarot trump is called the Lovers and shows three people, one male, two female, over whom hovers a cupid with bow and arrow. One of the women is crowned and faces the couple, who are obviously the lovers. It needs no great powers of elucidation to deduce that the couple are the counterparts of the Dioscoroi, the heavenly twins. The crowned woman is the principle of form, and the Cupid is the driving principle behind manifestation. Really, the primeval Eros of Kether. The mighty Eros, a figure of dynamic cosmic love, has been popularized down the ages into the sentimental Cupid. Just as the true significance of this card was for long considered exoterically to be that of man's choice between good and evil, with evil about to get an earful of arrow from the winged figure of justice. An even shallower interpretation regarded it as a card of upholding the sanctity of marriage. This process of different levels of interpretation is inevitable, and of course, one has to bear in mind that the significance of symbols will change as one's own understanding matures. All right, so that's another thing to kind of keep in mind. People are going to interpret, oh my gosh, that's funny, but also not funny. People are going to interpret these symbols based on their level of understanding. And I say that's funny because you'll get people who might attack or who might demonize or whatever, but you understand they're only interpreting things from their level of understanding. It's not that they're bad people necessarily, and it's not that they dislike you necessarily. But when people interpret things, they interpret it based on their level of understanding. That's just the way it is. That's the devil. You're going to hell. That's what they understand from their particular level. God bless them. Keep it moving. Artemis says exactly. It's never personal. Facts. Firestar says Eros, ozone. Eros. Interesting. So I wonder if that's where we actually got that term from. I didn't connect that. Starlion says limited vision will yield limited answers. Absolutely, Starlion. Now here we go. Here we go. Direct that towards yourself too. In all of our problem solving and running into obstacles and not being able to get things the way we want them to get, understand this applies to you too. And me, right? Limited vision will yield limited answers. If you're facing an issue that you are having trouble with, 100%, it is due to your level of understanding the situation, of interpreting the situation. Especially if you can't see any options, especially if you can't find the option that works. It's an issue with your level of interpretation. So what do you do from there? Right? What do you do from there? And I think about that myself. If I run into a roadblock, it is never anybody else's fault or anybody else's issue but mine. I will figure it out, and it requires me to adjust my angle of understanding. So I willingly put myself in a position to be able to grow and see things from the angle of someone who has solved it already. But if I try to stay where I am and hack away blindly, I'm probably going to suffer for a lot longer. Marwa Fakir in the building. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Glad to see you here. Consistent and always moving in the direction of self-improvement. Hope you're having a good evening. David Now says, pop goes the world. Broaden your reach and understanding. Absolutely. 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 So where are we at? Cupid Eros. Yeah. So the mighty Eros, a figure of dynamic cosmic love, has been popularized down the ages into the sentimental Cupid, just as the true significance of this card was for long considered exoterically to be that of man's choice between good and evil, with evil about to get an earful of arrow from the winged figure of justice. An even shallower interpretation regarded it as a card upholding the sanctity of marriage. This process of different levels of interpretation is inevitable, and of course, one has to bear in mind that the significance of symbols will change as one's own understanding matures. If a symbol is a good one, all levels of its interpretation are correct, and he is a rash man who thinks that he has reached the ultimate meaning of any esoteric symbol. Remember that. This fact must always be borne in mind in esoteric investigation. I already know all of that. Yeah, well, Baphomet represents this, and only this. Smoking with Breeze says growth is a choice, and stagnant is one too. Absolutely, absolutely. All right. 12. There is an interesting confirmation in the design of this trump in The Chemical Marriage of Christian Rosenkreutz, wherein a virgin is mistress of ceremonies, And the young king and queen about to be married have a cupid constantly hovering over their heads. The key to the path, the Hebrew letter Zain, means a sword. The shape of the letter suggests a sword. And in another way, the action of the holy guardian angel. The holy guardian angel is knowledge and purpose on its own high level and is indicated by the yod at the top of the letter. The holy guardian angel projects a rod of knowledge and purpose downward into manifestation, and this is represented by the vertical line of the letter. There is nothing attached to the lower end of this shaft, for the inner opportunity presented has to be seized and acted upon. 14. The attribution of the sword may seem strange at first in connection with the lovers and twins, right? For the sword is a symbol of separation. It is, however, in perfect accord with the rest of the symbolism. This path is essentially one of separation. For the separation of the sparks of the human swarm, remember that from the cosmic doctrine, is essential for individual evolution. Similarly, there must be a separation between the part of the self that stays in heaven and the part that descends into manifestation. This separation is part of the vision of sorrow of Binah, one of whose magical images is a heart pierced with swords. Furthermore, we must bear in mind that the heavenly twins, though similar and united by relationship and love, are separate beings. Without separation, there could be no demonstration of love. "15. The sword is also a weapon of destruction, and so we may align it with the fourth aspect of deity. The fourth aspect of deity. Fat Tony, I don't know if you're still here, but there we go. Because you mentioned that earlier about Father, Son, and Holy Ghost and devil. Would they represent the four elements? Interesting. So the sword is also a weapon of destruction, and so we may align it with the fourth aspect of deity, God the destroyer or disintegrator. This indicates an aspect of the ascent of this path when all manifestation is eventually reabsorbed into the great sea. This can be regarded as Binah at one level. Ultimately, it refers to Binah's analog beyond Kether, Ein Sof, the limitless. Smoking with Priest says, the man and woman are representation of your masculine and feminine parts of you. Okay? And I ask you, what are the masculine and feminine parts of you? What does that mean? What does that mean? What is the masculine and feminine part of you? "16. Legends about the sword are numerous. There are swords which sing and swords which speak, though perhaps the most famous is Arthur's Excalibur. Throughout all Brythonic legend, there are accounts of divine purpose being revealed by means of a sword cleft in a stone, and sometimes found floating in the water. It was by means of such an oracle that Arthur was made king. The association with stone is interesting as it indicates manifestation in dense matter. And the water in which the stone floats is a reminder of the waters of Binah or Ein Sof. All right, two of y'all posted Isaiah 45:7. I do not have a Bible next to me, so one of y'all gonna have to copy and paste. One of y'all gonna have to copy and paste. So the association with stone is interesting as it indicates manifestation in dense matter, and the water in which the stone floats is a reminder of the waters of Binah or Ein Sof. Excalibur itself came from and was returned to the Lady of the Lake. Patrick says, Link pulling the Master Sword from the pedestal of light to fight Ganon. Absolutely. Kingmaker, peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Patrick says, I form the light and create darkness. I bring prosperity and create disaster. I, the Lord, do all these things. Okay, thank you. Thanks. 17. There is a sexual element in sword symbolism, but this is by no means the whole story. It is but a facet of the whole principle of polarity, which produces manifestation. Hence the relevance of this path to Binah and the symbolic relationships of this path shown on the tarot card and in the myth of the constellation. The sword may be considered to be the power of polarity on all its levels. Excalibur is a case in point where this obviously applies. And its scabbard, which Merlin said was worth more than the sword itself, and which was stolen by the sorceress Morgan Le Fay, represents the knowledge of the application of this power. The whole Arthurian cycle is an esoteric treatise on the principles of polarity, which would take a complete volume in itself to analyze. However, although this may be put forward in the guise of love affairs between various lords and ladies, the implications are very deep, for polarity is the very principle of manifest existence. When dealing with the higher aspects of the tree of life, as we are now doing, we must expect to deal with fundamentals. And the real factors about Excalibur, the knights and ladies, the Holy Grail, and Table Round are, at these levels, not merely examples of human behavior as they might be validly considered lower on the tree, but principles of cosmic realities. 18. We have said that the path from Yesod to Hod is one of sexual division and the attendant problems that come about from refusal to recognize this division or accept it. This path is a parallel one to that path and so represents the same tendencies but at a higher level. It is a point of some academic nicety where exactly the roots of the prime deviation lie. The spirit is said to have been perfect until it learnt of the plan of the manifest universe. See that? It is a point of some academic nicety that where exactly the roots of the prime deviation lie, right? Where are the roots of the prime deviation? The spirit is said to have been perfect until it learnt of the plan of the manifest universe. Then it took on imperfection. Thus, one could put the root of the trouble in Binah. That's where I always saw it. And even the Bible reflects that by saying that Eve ate the fruit first and gave it to Adam. One could put the root of the trouble in Binah, but it is perhaps safer until more is known to follow the more traditional idea of the serpent of confusion. Rising only as far as Doth. I've shown that picture on my channel so many different times. You guys remember it, right? Where it's the picture of the tree of life and the 10-headed, 7-headed serpent coming out, infecting all of the other Sephiroth. Pretty cool picture. But anyways, that stops at Doth. It doesn't infect Binah. The fact is that the wrong image was projected into Chesed. Oh. And the spirit is responsible, for it is the spirit which projects and should act through all the vehicles of man. Ah, that was a short chapter. How long is the next chapter? Let's find out. A 1, a 2, a 3. Okay, yeah, the next one's pretty short too. 1, 2. Yeah. We can finish this. We can finish this. Raid 66 says, I got sidetracked briefly, what I thought, but definitely appreciate this session, Travis. Awesome. I appreciate you being here, right? We've been going on for about 4 hours now. For some of us, it's about to be 2 a.m. So the fact that you're here, I appreciate you. For sure. Even though there was a big fight tonight, Star Lion, thank you for being here. If you're still here right now, I appreciate your presence and I appreciate your dedication to learning the mysteries of existence. So let's talk about the notes of the design of Trump 6. Trump 6. What do we have to say about that? Notes of the design of Trump 6. Versions of this card differ considerably, as also do its titles, Vice and Virtue, the Two Paths, etc. The Marseilles card shows a man between two women, one of whom wears a wreath. Above is a winged Cupid with bow and arrow in the sun. Worth divides the man's clothing vertically by color and gives one woman a floral headdress and the other a crown. The Cupid is blindfolded. Pappas considers the Cupid figure to be the spirit of justice in a radiant halo, and thinks one woman should be crowned with the scarlet of gold, with a circlet of gold, and the other crowned with vine leaves, with the rest of her dress disheveled. Knapp emphasizes the difference between the women by making one a winged angel and the other a disheveled, almost to the point of indecency. The man is of Puritan appearance, arms crossed on breast and standing at the junction of two paths. The Cupid figure, on Worth's version, is blindfolded and directs his arrow straight at the man. These designs seem to follow Levy's view that the women represent vice and virtue, though he considers the Cupid figure to be love and the sun of truth, directing an arrow at vice. According to Case, both he and Waite follow an unpublished esoteric tarot. This can hardly be the Golden Dawn one, which differs radically from all other designs. Waite and Case show an angel in the sun dominating the top half of the card, arms stretched out in blessing. Below him are a naked woman under the fruit tree, which is entwined with a serpent, and a naked man under the tree bearing triple flames. In the center background is a conical hill. The Golden Dawn version is of Andromeda manacled to a rock, a dragon rising from the waters at her feet, and Perseus flying through the air to her assistance with drawn sword. Crowley's early ideas were of the two women as a priestess and a harlot, representative of things sacred and profane. He thought the man should be a boy in the sign of Osiris risen, inspired to prophecy on these things. Cupid being in reality Apollo, who inspires prophecy and is a sun god. His card, produced in collaboration with Lady Harris, is different, again, being inspired by alchemical symbolism, notably that of the chemical marriage of Christian Rosencreutz. A figure of the creator blesses the Moorish king and the white queen, protagonists of the drama described in that important Rosicrucian document. The king, with a gold crown and robe embroidered with serpents, holds the sacred lance, and the queen, with silver crown and robe embroidered with bees, holds the Holy Grail. They are countercharged by a fair and dark child standing before them, the one holding roses and the other a club. At the top of the card is a blindfolded Cupid, an arch of swords, and a naked Eve and Lilith. At the bottom of the card are the alchemical red lion and white eagle, and also a winged Orphic egg with serpent. Manly P. Hall describes yet another version of the card, wherein a marriage ceremony is shown conducted by a priest. This would seem similar to the design from which the weight case version might be derived. Of the traditional design, Hall considers that it represents a youth at the threshold of maturity, the parting of ways with above his genius of fate, which we could call the holy guardian angel in Binah, the youth being emblematical of the newly manifesting spirit. Hall's symbol for the card is two interlaced triangles, the Star of David, the downward pointing triangle being printed in heavier line. The Egyptian tarot follows the traditional pattern of a man standing at two ways with two women indicating opposite directions. Above is a winged genie in a 12-rayed aureole of flame, pointing a bow and arrows towards vice. Okay. All right. So what we're seeing here is an architecture of the living soul, the living spirit, the living entity. This is the architecture. As above, so below. Really, there's 4 levels, if you include the mountain in the background. With this radiant 1 up here, its reflection here, the reflection here, and you could say the earth itself. So that would be the 4 worlds: Atziluth, Bria, Yetzirah, Asaya. Matter of fact, yeah, because you could see the fire up here, you could see cups here, you could see air here, and then earth here, and then you got how human stands on the earth plane, but also extends up into the air plane and briefly into the plane of Bria. You can see that. Which would further add to the symbolism of this card. At any given time, we are all the parts of existence operating. When I say we, I mean this illusion of being separate, but this is just consciousness experiencing its own reflection within matter. Now that reflection is reflected infinite times to where it thinks that it's man, woman, tree, serpent, mountain, cloud with angel coming from another dimension, bright sun, right? All these are reflections of reflections of reflections of the one. And that's what the illusion is, believing that you are one of the reflections. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cool. All right. Making good time. Making good time. I'm still quite energized. Quite energized. So we've covered the connection of Kether to Tiphareth, right? This is the long path, the desert, Gimel, the camel. Remember the dryness. Remember not being able to lean on any help from the outside, and you're just having to tough through the desert by yourself, leaning on faith, walking by faith and not by sight. Then we got that path of the sword, the path of the sword, which connects Tiphareth to Binah this time, which connects Christ to his mother. And see, the lover's card isn't about getting married or finding a girlfriend or boyfriend or being united in holy matrimony. This is about having the discernment, because remember, Zain is the letter that represents the sword, and this card is about having the discernment to slice and analyze the different levels of your being. Now remember, the sword and discernment represents Viveka in the Vedic, right? Remember the Vedic, the yoga, the Bihar school of yoga documents we read years ago? The sword is the word Viveka, which means to slice, to separate, and it's regarding the mind and ciphering through knowledge. Your mind has to be as a sword to slice away the dumb shit and to carve out and cut out the truth. Vivekananda, right? Viveka. So that sword serves the exact same purpose over here in the West. So this isn't about your twin flame and I met this girl on Facebook and now we're in love. She lives across the earth and we've never met and never will meet, but that's my twin. It's not that. We're talking about identifying these different levels of the self, your lower self, your ego, your soul, and the spirit, to see the different levels and to understand how you are reflected up and down the planes, and that this love relationship is between self. For God so loved the world, right? This is the love we're talking about here. The twin flame love we're talking about is from the most high to the most low, from God to the beast, through the only begotten Son, through the Christ consciousness, and how it all connects. Now we move on to the path that connects Tiphareth to Hakma. We talked about Tiphareth straight to God. We talked about Tiphareth to the Divine Mother. Now we're getting to Tiphareth connected to the Divine Father. Are we ready? Are we ready? Like Freddie. You know, I got to ask. Not going for a coffee break, but a quick break. And then we're going to get into it and conclude tonight's session. Patrick says, dude, the tree of life is in the card itself. I learned something new. Holy hell. Interesting, right? Because you can see the two pillars. Yeah, you can see the abyss. We didn't even talk about how the mountain in the middle represents the path of ascension, of reaching upward, right? Even earth is reaching upward to God. So that mountain in the background is the reaching up. So yeah. Even the trees are reaching up. Then we can talk about how the male tree is the flames and the fire and how that's reaching up. That Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Yeah, there's all types of symbolism. Beautiful. All right, real quick, bear with me. We'll be right back. Shall I leave you with a clip? What clip do you want to see? Watch, eventually I'm going to upgrade to Bobby clips. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. This is not about music. Framestar Film says lasagna. Yeah, that's okay. I gotta upload the lasagna one next. It is official. You know what? Y'all should give me some suggestions too. Suggestions so I can update my clips library. Now I'm a real streamer. I made it, mama. I'm a real streamer now. I'm a real streamer.
Y'all trying to kill me? You killing me, man? This is not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
At this point, we briefly pause the interview to give Kelly a moment.
You just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. Yeah, you don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe the truth. This is not about music. Music. Trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. I can't do it. You don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. You don't want to believe it. Somebody needs to cut that clip and make a song out of it, dang it. You don't want to believe the truth. Ray says those Bobby Hemmett clips would be great, LOL. Can't forget about Brother Panic. Ah, hell yeah, man. Look, y'all need to find the best clips and let me know, and I will slice them up. Then we will have a smorgasbord of wonderful clips. Starline says David Chappelle clips. Now let's try to avoid copyright, right? Because apparently I got struck for my, what was it? The Friday clip. Oh, Lord. I done pissed somebody off in the chat. Now they're going through my videos, leaving nasty comments. How dare they? Dang, my kids are listening to this. Trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Alrighty then. Fun fact, when I was a child, Ace Ventura used to be my favorite movie. I thought it was so funny, and I thought his hair was so cool. Oh yeah, scrambling and scraping. Hell yeah, Framestar. Yeah. Scrambling and scraping. Look now, I need a list. I'm gonna write that one down. Can't forget the scrambling and scraping. Can't forget the lasagna. You don't want to believe the truth. Hey, they don't want to believe it. Yeah. Starline says, remember all those soundbite clips from E-Bomb's world? Now listen, you taking it way back. You talking about the baby days of the internet. E-Bomb's world, this guy says. Cygnus Blackwood, peace and greetings. All right, so wrapping it up, last chapter, the 15th path. In the words of Bobby Hemmett, y'all all right? I know you are. I just asked. So you've had plenty of time to analyze this card. Notice how this emperor, you know what I'm saying, he's seated and he's comfortable, but don't get it twisted. He's still wearing his armor, right? He's still wearing his armor. So if need be, he can get up off this throne and put that rod to work, right? Speaking of rod, what's that symbol that you recognize? You got the Tau cross with the circle above it. What does that represent? Do you notice anything about the throne? Does this orb represent a particular Sephiroth? Yes, it does. It represents the Sephiroth that is represented by Jupiter. You see these mountains in the background? Probably because he's so close to, because he crosses the realm of the abyss. Maybe, maybe not. We've got the crown, we've got the long beard. Let's see what the great Gareth Knight has to say about this particular path. The 15th path, Tiphareth to Hakma. The key is hey, a window. Now this is crucial too, because remember when it comes to, somebody mentioned the Ophiel books earlier, when it comes to manifestation, yod, hey, vow, hey, you're gonna see this twice, don't you? You see hey twice, and hey means window. So if the title Jehovah, yod, hey, vow, hey, is a formula for manifestation, and we see hey in there twice, and hey means window, I wonder what's the significance of that window? What's the significance of that window? Framestar says a throne of stone. He got a sore ass for sure in those iron chaps. Iron chaps, steel chaps, sitting on a stone throne. Sheesh, hard ass. This dude has been through it all. That don't faze him, unless he just sat down for the photo. You know, you gotta hold the pose so they can get the right shot. Cygnus Blackwood says, I feel the Emperor goes through Tiphareth. Absolutely. I mean, what would happen when you connect Tiphareth and Hakma, the Divine Father, with the Divine Son? This is the image you get. The Divine Son all grown up. AZW said they call this card the Son of the Morning as well. Ah. Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of earth. Lucifer, Lucifer, son of the morning. I'm from the murder capital, where they murder for capital. All right, back to it. Aries, the ram. Of course, you saw that carved into the throne. Theory, daughter of the firmament. Interesting title for an emperor. Daughter of the firmament, dweller between the waters. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. The star. Ah, okay. Well, let's take a timeout right here. Take a timeout right here. I forgot about that. So earlier, when we went through the path that traditionally represents the star, we saw that Gareth Knight swapped those two paths. I see. I see. So we've already gone through the Emperor on an early path. Well, let me get the corresponding card. Now, this is going to be a far cry from iron chaps on a stone throne. Lucifer, Lucifer, son of the morning. Yeah, he swapped these paths out. I forgot about that. Now, see, this card always gets me in trouble because some jackass likes to flag my content for having nudity. But you know what? Fuck him. I'm going to show this card anyway. I think that having an 18 and older flag on this particular live stream might actually make people want to click on it more so, huh? And to be honest, I'm not too worried about that because really only people who want to see this are going to click on this. This isn't something that's really going to pop up on your algorithm and all of a sudden, oh, let me sit here for 5 hours and listen to somebody talk about a book that I know nothing about. Boom. There you have it, folks. The star. So here we're talking about the star card called the daughter of the firmament, dweller between the waters. Interesting that he says that this is still Aries, the ram. I guess we're talking more about the path than the card itself. Anyways, text. The 15th path is the constituting intelligence, so called because it constitutes the substance of creation in pure darkness. And men have spoken of the contemplations. It is that darkness spoken of in scripture. Job 20, 35, 38, Job 38, verse 9. And thick darkness, a swaddling band for it. Jeez. Okay, so the 15th path is the constituting intelligence. So called, why? Because it constitutes the substance of creation in pure darkness. The substance of creation in pure darkness. And men have spoken of the contemplations. So we got contemplations here. We've got the substance of creation in pure darkness. It is that darkness spoken of in scripture. So this sounds to me like a womb of creation, doesn't it? Artemis in Theory says, can we elaborate on hey and the meaning of that word? So yeah, hey, a word symbolized by a window. A window, when you want to let fresh air in, if you want to let sunlight in, you got to open up that window and allow the outside in. So in relevance to what was written here about this substance of creation and pure darkness, Yod, hey, Vow, hey, we're talking about the window of, okay, you tell me, Artemis in Theory, where would this window be? Where would this window be? And there are two of them, one above and one below. This window that might let in fresh air or sunlight, where would that window be in the structure of the self? Wraith636 says, I never understood why people would watch videos to complain, LOL. Misery loves company, I guess. Well, you know, when a person feels that they're, what's it called? Basically, when the ego is bruised in some way, whether it's intentional or unintentional, they can't rest until, you know, that's rectified within. So if your ego feels bruised, doesn't it sit with you for a long time and you're uncomfortable and it's very difficult to resist doing something about it? So oftentimes, you know, that's where this kind of thing comes from. Someone who felt personally offended by something and they needed to do whatever they can to make themselves feel better. You'll see that across the board. Across the board. Lack of self-control. Artemis in Theory says our awareness. Absolutely. Right? The imagination. This is that window that you use to see the divine. There's a lower window and there's a higher window. When you're visualizing, you'll notice that there's different levels of visualization, right? You can sit there and daydream and imagine, which is powerful. And there's also a deeper level of visualization when you go into trance. These are two different windows, and there's more. But what we're doing here is withdrawing the awareness and attention from the body itself and from the environment into an inner world. And we're moving and grooving in an inner world, and we're seeing it. We're letting the fresh air and the light in. We're stirring things up. What the heck was that? All right, so traditionally this path is represented by the emperor. You'll see that anywhere. But for this particular purpose, Gareth Knight has switched the symbol of this path with the star. 1. The complete passage quoted from the Yetziratic text runs as follows. Or who shut up the sea with doors when it brake forth, as if it had issued out of the womb? When I made the cloud of the when I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness a swaddling band for it, and break up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors, and said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall be thy proud waves be stayed. 2. This sea, swaddled in cloud and thick darkness, is no ordinary sea, but the waters of the unmanifest pouring into manifestation. This occurs under the presidency of God, and all that becomes from the sea of not being is ordained its rightful place in the scheme of things that makes a universe. Here are the waters and the firmament of the esoteric titles of the tarot card. They are the same as those mentioned in Genesis. 3. The processes of this early creation is put in more detailed terms in the cosmic doctrine. It will be recalled that the great entity, solar logos, gathered about itself atoms of each cosmic plane, out of which it formed its body. These atoms themselves are entities, though of a lesser degree of development than the great entity of which these atoms themselves are entities, though of a lesser degree of development than the great entity of which they form a part of. Being of lesser development, the full recapitulatory growth is achieved earlier. Each atom, having realized itself, has created a concept of itself. What's that? Each atom, having realized itself, has created a concept of itself. These concepts projected by the atoms are not atoms, but so many units of knowledge of ways in which reaction is possible. Think about it. Think about it. So when the great collective comes together, it has to form itself in this lower dimension, and it does so by attracting entities of this dimension to make up its body in the same way that you have attracted certain entities to make up your body. All these different cells and organs, these are entities. And in the womb of creation, these entities were attracted and drawn towards and pulled in together to create this vehicle. So when you think about it like that, each atom having realized itself, once these atoms realize themselves, they create a concept of themselves. These concepts projected by the atoms are not atoms, right? So the concepts projected are not the atoms themselves, but so many units of knowledge of ways in which reaction is possible. Now we're talking about the intelligence, the automatic intelligence of the body, of the organs, of nature. They are not, therefore, sorted out into concentric belts because there is nothing in them upon which gravitation can act. They are merely forms of reaction. We're getting into some interesting abstract stuff here. Oh, I'm going to have to read that book again. I'm going to have to read the Cosmic Doctrine again. Because, like, it's weird, man. I don't know what kind of magic Dion Fortune put over that book, but it's like, at least for me, I don't know about you, but it's like I feel like I understand it, but I don't understand it. I feel like by the words that she wrote, it paints a clear picture in my imagination, but at the same time, I don't understand what the hell she's talking about. Like I do, but I don't. Does that make sense? That's the Cosmic Doctrine specifically. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Most of that text, reading it and visualizing it as I read, I could see everything she's talking about, but like it's very difficult to translate into logical terms. But yeah, she put some potent, she put something on that book. I tell you that. She put something on that text. Absolutely. If you can ever say a work of art was enchanted, undeniably, the Cosmic Doctrine is an enchanted text. Undeniably. I want to say the mystical Kabbalah is too. You read the mystical Kabbalah, you you might not be the same person after that. You definitely won't, honestly. But anyways, don't get me started on Dion Fortune. Gosh, okay. So now the consciousness of a great entity is not aware of the individual reactions of its atoms any more than the consciousness of man is aware of the individual consciousness of the cells composing his body. Therefore, when it seeks to conceive an image of itself, it has to take the reactions of the different types of atoms in their respective aggregates and is dependent upon the atomic concepts for the creation of the necessary atomic images. Therefore, the great entity has to create its concept of itself in objective substance, okay? And is therefore limited and bound by conditions of the nature of the already created images which it utilizes. Thus, the atoms, by conceiving their own images, perform the primal act of creation. Benjamin 37 says, I'm feeding Grok AI, the mystical Kabbalah book, right now. Haha. You're on a good path, my friend. I say, use your human intuition to expand that process to the max. What would you do if you had no limits? That's what I'll say. What would you do if his son was at home, crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry, and the only way to feed him is to what was it? Sleep with a man for a little bit of money because his dad's gone. So we're walking rock now, in and out of lockdown. I ain't got a job now. So for you, this is just a good time, but for me, this is what I call life. Mm. And all you're getting, get understanding. So we're talking about this great entity, which is a collection of the individual reactions of its atoms. So it's like you've got this, let's say you've got this ghost, right? This spirit It has no body. It is pure force. And this pure force descends into a lower plane of existence. And in order for it to move and process within that lower existence, it has to have a vehicle. So what it does is it automatically starts to attract like substance from that plane. So look, that spirit never set foot on that plane, but it gathered substance of that plane to represent it. You see what I'm saying? So it's almost like, did you guys ever see I think it's the fifth Matrix movie, where Morpheus was actually an AI or an agent, and in order for him to operate within the real world, they had like all these little nano balls, and like the nano balls took the shape of him. Does anybody remember that? It was like the last Matrix movie, and Morpheus was an agent, was an AI, and in order for him to move around and participate in the real world, like that AI magnetized a bunch of little nanobots or nanoparticle things, and those nanoparticles like made the shape of his body. So the AI was never in the physical plane, but it gathered up all those metal pieces to form a vehicle for itself, right? In that exact same way is spirit forming a soul to interact with the lower planes. And then in that exact same way, the soul is gathering matter and flesh to interact on these lower planes. See how that works? So in that same way, the soul was never here. The soul was never here. You get what I'm saying? Therefore, when it seeks to conceive an image of itself, it has to take the reactions of the different types of atoms in their respective aggregates and is dependent upon the atomic concepts for the creation of the necessary atomic images. Therefore, the great entity has to create its concept of itself in object of substance. And is therefore limited and bound by conditions of the nature of the already created images which it utilizes. Thus, the atoms, by conceiving their own images, perform the primal act of creation. Wraith 636 says, I didn't see the last Matrix. I think you should if you have time. It was excellent. It's the second best Matrix movie in my opinion, next to the first one. Really, it picks up where the second one left off. And I didn't ruin anything by saying that Morpheus was an agent. That's like revealed at the beginning of the movie. Universal Edits. Peace. Welcome. 5. The first act of creation proceeds from the body of God and is but a mass of unorganized units. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. That's like the first or second verse in the Bible. These units, having no organization and consequently no relationship among themselves, could not attain to objective consciousness. These units, having no organization and consequently no relationship among themselves, could not attain to objective consciousness. But the concept of the great entity, based upon its cosmic experiences, as soon as it became projected, organized them into relationships, and they then became conscious of each other and became affected by each other. I want you to consider that in relationship to when you're working with spirits, when you're summoning demons, or anything like that, right? These entities do not have a physical vehicle. And what do? They manipulate circumstances to conform to their signature. Ooh, I'm giving away too much. I'm giving away too much. You better believe it's time for a Goetia class. It is time for a Goetia class. Would you take a Goetia class? Would you be interested in working with these spirits, learning how to develop a relationship with these aspects of the higher self? Wraith636 says, really? I'm going to find it after this session. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, it's a really good movie. I like it. I really enjoyed it. Wraith636 says, from what I understand, Dion Fortune keeps you curious and wanting more. That's what drew me into the occult. Yeah, man. Yeah. One of the first real occult books that I purchased was the Mystical Kabbalah, and I still hold it in extremely high regard. But yeah, think about this. When you're evoking spirits or working with angels or anything, what's it actually doing? It's not just simply causing a coincidence or some good luck. Just like what he's describing right here, or what she was describing. That force, that energy signature is drawing to itself, pulling towards itself aspects of physical reality to take shape, to take the form of that spirit, of that energy. And that's what you get. Your manifestation is the expression of what this entity has drawn towards itself on your behalf. TO23, peace, peace. Six, these considerations take us into deep waters of esoteric cosmology, which cannot be fully investigated here. We are dealing with the tree of life in terms of the psychology of man. And so our consideration of the paths is limited to how best they can be used to help man to know himself. In fact, what we may quite legitimately call the unmanifest in our present examination of the tree is in reality only the sixth cosmic plane. Our complete tree is on the densest cosmic plane, and so is really only the tree in the Sephiroth Malkuth of the cosmic tree. Jeez Louise. The cosmic tree does not concern us now, for man has no existence on these levels. But it is well to bear in mind the possibilities of the Sephiroth and paths when applied cosmically. There's a level where human doesn't exist. Isn't that lovely? Oh, I want to be in that number when the saints go marching in. They represent areas of cosmic being and consciousness of which we can, at present, have no glimmer of understanding. The relevance of the above quoted passage will be obvious, however, when one considers that the spiritual experience of Chokmah, the Sephiroth to which this path leads, is the vision of God face to face. The mundane chakra, furthermore, of this Sephiroth is the zodiac, and in connection with this, we have the tarot trump, the star on this path. That's this card, the star, the vision of God face to face. Now, like I said, traditionally we know this path represented as the emperor, but we're going to see why he places this card here instead. Through this path, the soul may glimpse a spark of the majesty of its creator, as if it were sitting before a narrow, unglazed window. Artemis in theory, staring upwards into the darkness of space. There to see suddenly a star shining brightly, indicating the origin whence the soul has come and the goal towards which it must wend on the way of evolution. 8. The factor of the beginning and ending of one's evolution is shown by the shape of the astrological sign Aries, the sudden looping down into manifestation of the subsequent return to the level of inception. Likewise, the Hebrew letter suggests by its shape a window through which the vision of this path may be seen. The window is indeed its meaning. 9. Another quotation from the Cosmic Doctrine is of interest here. It will be gathered that all the atoms mentioned previously are the nuclei of the indwelling lives of the solar system, of a solar system, human or otherwise. This group of atoms, with their projected consciousness, which makes up primal manifestation, is referred to in the following passage as a satellite of the great entity, our God. Golly, man. I'm going to have to fucking read that book again and break it down with pictures and a slideshow. Like, I don't know, man. It might take me, damn, 6 months to take a cosmic doctrine and really break it down with slides and everything. I mean, I think it would be helpful for my personal understanding. I wonder if that's the direction we should go. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. When did we read that? I think it's been about a year since we did the Cosmic Doctrine. How long ago was that? Let me check. Tell me something good. By the way, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. There's like still the same amount of people here that there was 5 hours ago. In fact, there's more people than there was 5 hours ago. So yeah, man, 1,000%. I express my appreciation. And I've already built that habit into myself, man. Just give an appreciation in the moment. Because, like, there's no reason not to. Show love in the moment when you can, because you never know. This may be the last time. This may be the last time, children. This may be the last time. Okay, there it is. Cosmic Doctrine, June 2024. Yep, it's been a year. Wow. Yeah, the last read was in June of 2024. Crazy. So yeah, I don't know. I'll entertain the thought. We'll see. I haven't gotten the signal for what the next book is. This may be the last time, children. This may be the last time. Maybe the last time, I don't know. Church songs, man. Some of them church songs. Maybe the last time, I don't know. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah. I'm just appreciating the vibe. Know what I mean? Appreciating the vibe. Because there was a time where I really couldn't, I can't say couldn't do this, but hell, there was a time where I could put on a live stream like this and I wouldn't have but maybe 2 or 3 people. 2 or 3 people, maybe, if they stick around, right? So, I mean, it really is a blessing. It's just great. It's just great. Not that you're here watching my video, but I mean, the fact that other people actually care about this information, and seek to understand it. Like, to me, that's an amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. 'Cause like I said, a couple years ago, I could have done this and had 2, 3 subscribers, 2, 3 viewers. So yeah, like I said, I appreciate you for being here, for sure. And I'm not saying that so you can say it back. I'm just saying that because that's what I mean. And that's what I feel right now. Cosmic Puzzle, peace. Welcome to the party, my friend. Just give up. Just give up. If it ain't working out, just give up. Or whatever Bobby said. Bobby! Artemis in Theory says, would love your take on Alice Bailey books. I don't know. This is I think there's something karmic about the theosophical side of the pond. I just don't find myself over there. Literally nothing against the theosophical folks. I just don't think that my work is on that side of the, you know what I mean? I have a few, but I don't know. All right, back to it. So, we were talking about the great entity. Cosmic being. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, the cosmic doctrine, another quote. Another quotation from the cosmic doctrine is of interest here. It will be gathered that all the atoms mentioned previously are the nuclei of the indwelling lives of a solar system, human or otherwise. This group of atoms, with their projected consciousness, which makes up primal manifestation, is referred to in the following passage as a satellite of the great entity, our God. 10. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Its consciousness conditions its satellite, and the satellite is aware of the great entity. But though the collective consciousness of the satellite is influenced by the great entity, and therefore there is a reaction between the entity and the satellite, it is not conscious of the great entity with its collective consciousness, but with innumerable individualized consciousnesses whose collective consciousness is merely aware that they are aware, which is quite a different matter. So we've got this great entity which creates God, which governs over man. And the relationship between man and God have an effect on the great entity, but the great entity is not aware that the God that it has created exists. 11. There exists then in the satellite a collective consciousness which is self-conscious, aware of the conditions in the groups of atoms gathered around the seed atoms with which they are associated, but which are unaware of the conditions of groups of atoms gathered around other seed atoms, and which are also each and separately aware of the great entity. The consciousness of the great entity towards the satellite resembles the sight of the human eye, but the consciousness of the satellite toward the great entity resembles the sight of a spider's eye. Innumerable facets reflecting innumerable images, which have to be focused within the brain correlating with the group consciousness. And this lucky dude had Dion Fortune right there to break it down and explain it to him. When all the divine sparks are perfectly adjusted to each other, so that there is perfect reciprocity of reaction throughout their mass, then there is a collective consciousness which focuses the images of the facets. When this is achieved, there is a reciprocal consciousness between the satellite and the great entity, because they meet on equal terms. Putting this somewhat abstractly expressed teaching into the context which concerns all humanity here and now on Earth, it can be seen that two things are necessary before our present phase of evolution is achieved. A, perfect adjustment between all human beings, one with another, and with the non-human beings that make up the physical and superphysical worlds as well. This means joyful acceptance of the conditions of the natural physical world and a vital religious and mystical awareness. And B, the attainment of the vision of God face to face. So look, two things are necessary before our present phase of evolution is achieved. perfect adjustment between all human beings, one and another, and with non-human beings, and the attainment of the vision of God face to face, which should never have been lost in the first place. As things are now, the gulf and the abyss between man's different levels of being have to be bridged before this can be fully achieved. 15. The means to this goal of all mankind could be put in even simpler terms, and has already been done so. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. Luke 27, and also Matthew 22:37, Mark 12:30, etc. 16. It seems superfluous to add anything to this, for in it is summed up all the laws of evolution and their practical application. We may perhaps draw from one or two other traditions, however, to supplement the text, for lip service is all that is usually paid to it these days, particularly on the group level of communities, races, and nations. The mundane chakra of Chokmah is the zodiac, and this might be termed the complete image of God, shown forth by 12 types of reaction. These have been called the 12 heavenly men, and are all aspects of the one God, kings, as it were, seated about a cosmic round table. Speaking of Alice Bailey, in Alice Bailey's book, A Treatise on Cosmic Fire, the Tibetan states that the path of Earth service involves 12 cosmic identifications. This might be considered as a realization of the whole being of God through a series of realizations of the real meaning of the 12 zodiacal signs. This is, of course, quite beyond any appreciation of astrology as we understand it. The round table is said to have been brought by Merlin from the constellation of the Great Bear. And as is well known in esoteric teaching, the 7 rishis of the Great Bear hold the pattern of evolution for 7 planets, of which our Earth is one. This may serve to indicate something of the tremendous breadth and depth of the realizations required for those who essay this path. If anyone is paying attention to astronomy, aren't we approaching like a very unique glimpse at the Pleiades right now? I could be wrong. The 7 rishis of the Great Bear. The Necronomicon is always talking about that constellation. That's the Dipper. Big Dipper. Oh, what'd I miss? So yeah, this may serve to indicate something of the tremendous breadth and depth of the realization required for those who essay this path. 18. However, this is of more concern to the hierarchy of masters than to most of us. So it is perhaps sufficient to bear in mind that the star of this path is our own perception of God, the facet of the spider's eye of group consciousness by which each contributes his share towards evolution, and the ultimate goal of reciprocal consciousness between God and his universe. We cannot expect to perceive, let alone comprehend, the whole of the majesty of God. Our vision is limited by the narrow aperture of the window of our own consciousness or area of realization. So there we have it, Artemis in theory. That would be a great one-liner. The window of our own consciousness or area of realization. The sandbox of the mind. Creative mode. It should be our goal, though, to perceive what we should never have shut our eyes to in the beginning, that single star in the spangled heavens of God's existence that is our own particular vision of divinity. 19. This star might, in another way, be considered as that seed atom in the cosmic body of God that projected us as we are into manifestation. Hence the truth of Crowley's maxim, every man and every woman is a star. It will be seen on the tarot trump that the star is surrounded by 7 others. This may be considered to represent the solar logos, the grand man of the heavens, with the 7 planetary logoi, the 7 heavenly men. These should not be confused with the 12 mentioned earlier. Or microcosmically, it can represent our own cosmic atom and the 7 seed atoms which form the nucleus of each of our 7 bodies of manifestation. On a more remote level, it could be considered as the senior of 7, or the one about whom not may be said, because no one knows anything to say. And the 7 solar logo emanated by him or it. And so on right through the 7-fold cosmic hierarchies to the Parabrahm in the central stillness of the first cosmic plane. Such considerations can only be of academic interest for us, however, as we are limited to the lowest cosmic plane and the periphery of consciousness, or ring past not, of our own solar logos. 21. The bird on the tarot trump is a creature of air, a winged symbol representing the freedom of cosmic space. The woman, in that she is between land and water, and in view of her attribution to this path, recalls to mind the 7th angel in Revelations. And I saw another mighty angel come down from the heaven, clothed with cloud and a rainbow upon his head. And his face was, as it were, the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little open book, and he set his right foot upon the seat and his left foot on the earth, and cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not. And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted his hand to heaven, and sware by him that liveth forever and ever, who created the heavens, and the things that therein are, and the earth, and the things that therein are, and the sea, and the things which therein are therein, that there should be time no longer. But in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants, the prophets. Revelation 1 through 7. Revelation 10, 1 through 7. 22. This is a visionary prophecy of the end of our present evolution. And, like the higher realms of esoteric metaphysics, it need not here concern us in detail. It is of interest, though, for the parallel imagery with the text from Job, quoted in the Yetziratic text, and also for the fact that this path is that of Aries. Aries is the first sign, representing the beginnings of things. But as the zodiac is a wheel, the cycle is not complete until Aries is commenced again. So Aries is also the ending. This might be inferred from the actual shape of the astrological sign, a line which loops round to end at the level from which it started. Also, it provides an additional esoteric meaning to the words, I am the Alpha and Omega, and the last shall be the first, and the first the last. That adds depth for my readings. Even though I will personally still attribute the Emperor to this path, I could see the Emperor card not just representing a certain stability of navigation, right? An inner firmness, an inner spiritual authority, Not only that, but also the fact that a cycle is coming to an end and starting over again. That middle point, restarting. Cool beans. 23. In her higher aspects, the naked woman on the tarot trump may be considered to be the principle of manifestation, which caused the seed of the unmanifest to break forth as if it had issued out of the womb. She is, like the high priestess of the 13th path, the wreathed virgin of the 17th path, and the empress of the 14th path, a representation of the feminine side of God. The Godhead is shown forth. The Godhead is shown forth in all its aspects in the many mythologies of man. The feminine side is the goddess behind all goddesses, just as the masculine side is the god behind all gods. Yet the two are one God, the divine androgyne. And the world hates the divine androgyne because it hates the truth. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right, so let's get on with the getting on. We're going to read about the notes of the design of this particular card, the star, and then we conclude tonight's study session. Study session. Hell yeah. Notes on the design of Trump 17. The Marseille's card shows a naked woman kneeling on one knee by a pool, pouring liquid from two vases. In the sky is a huge star surrounded by 7 smaller ones. In the background, a bird sits upon a bush. On the Marseille's card, it is not quite clear where land and water actually meet, so the exact position of the woman cannot be defined. Worth causes her to be kneeling on the land and pouring one vase onto the earth and the other into water. Weight, Knapp, and Case agree on this, except that they place her leading foot on Weight and Case, or in Knapp, the water. Zain puts knee and leading foot on the water, trailing foot on land. The actual star of the Marseille's card has 8 main points, with 8 secondary ones in between them. 7 of the main points have a line drawn down the center, the exception being the topmost one. The surrounding stars were grouped in 2 vertical rows of 3, with the 7th in the center over the woman's head. They have 8 points except the topmost 2, which have 7. Pappas described the woman as crowned with the 7 stars. Worth has the main star with 8 main and 8 secondary points, all with a central line, though the secondary points are very much smaller than the main. The surrounding stars are grouped traditionally, all 8-pointed, but the middle one of each row and the central one of all, which is smallest of all, are divided into lozenges internally. Weight breaks up the regular pattern of grouping of the smaller stars and makes all the stars simple 8-pointed geometric figures. Knapp's main star is like Worth's. His regularly grouped smaller stars are simple 8-pointers. Case follows similarly, except that the 2 midpoint stars have diagonals drawn in, and the smaller central one is divided into lozenges. Zain gives an 8-pointed star with 2 triangles on a common base inside it. The top one white, the lower one black. 7 4-pointed stars are grouped evenly about it. The Golden Dawn considered the large star to be 7-pointed, the star of Venus. Levy agreed it was Venus, but gave it 8 points. This may indicate that Levy attributed the card to the Tree of Life according to the same system as the Golden Dawn, and that his published attributions were blinds. However, on the other hand, he may have arrived at Venus from the number of the surrounding stars, and not because Venus is the mundane chakra of Netzach, to which the 28th path leads, the path to which the Golden Dawn attributed this card. The bird on the bush in the Marseille's card is also variously presented. Levy and Pappas say that it is optionally an ibis or a butterfly on either a bush or a flower, and Pappas say that it is optionally an ibis or a butterfly, either a bush or a flower. Worth, Knapp, and Zain have a butterfly on a flower. Westcott, Waite, and Case prefer an ibis on a bush. The two latter also place a mountain in the background. The Golden Dawn tradition was that the bird was a dove of the spirit hovering above the tree of knowledge. I bet that mountain in the background is the same mountain in the Lover's card. It's the same color and everything. Maybe that big ass star is actually this guy in the distance. There's a lot of naked people up in these paths. Interesting. Interesting. Too many MCs, not enough mics. Crowley's early description of the card was that it shows a playful naked water nymph pouring silver waters into a river and golden waters over her head, with butterflies and roses all about. He said that there should be flames above, in addition to the star of 7 rays, and that her attitude should suggest a swastika. You know, you can kind of see that in this star card. Interesting. Swastika. The Crowley-Harris card follows these ideas generally. It is built up on a spiral design and also shows a celestial globe, the poles of which coincide with the position of the breast-shaped cups. These are crystals at the bottom of the card. There are crystals at the bottom of the card, and the 7-pointed star of Venus rises above, seeming to rotate, with swastika-like rays of fire coming from it. Manly P. Hall's symbol for the card is a finger to hushed lips. A finger to hushed lips. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. So look, we have fully completed the section about the lower self. We have fully completed the section about the higher self. Now we are getting to the abstract, supreme mysteries. These are known as the paths of the spirit. So I haven't taught much on the spirit, mostly on the lower self and the higher self. So here we're about to see some things that are different, unusual. You ain't ordinary, bruh. Y'all ain't ordinary. Who remembers that one? All right, so there you have it. Section 1 and Section 2 complete. This has been your occult class for the week. A practical guide to occult symbolism, Qabalistic symbolism. Great book. Great book. Section 3, The Supreme Mysteries. Part 1, Influences upon the Individuality. So yeah, we're going to pick this up with the Chariot finally. Yeah, that'll be the next one we start with. So, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, as always. As always. Thank you for being here. Fantastic. Hope everyone has a great night. I will see y'all next time. When you meet the Georgia Bulldogs, you're gonna feel the bulldog bite.
When you meet the Georgia Bulldog, you're gonna feel a bulldog bite.
Bye. All right. Have a good night, my friends. 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. Forgia. All right. See y'all next time. I may or may not do a tarot reading We'll see how awake I am. But yeah, keep showing love on these Goetia shorts, and I will keep making them. Who's interested to see where the story leads? Oh, when you meet the Georgia Bulldog, gonna feel the Bulldog bite. And yeah, I think we're gonna do a Goetia class. So if you're interested in that, it's coming. It's around the corner. It's around the corner. Goetia initiation, accessible for beginners and experienced practitioners alike. Demon guy. He was talking about Lucifer. I'm not a monster. I'm a man, but by no means a monster. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great evening. Peace out. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.
But now 144 Magnolia Street, I seen through the window of that house. They was in white robes fucking one another in the air like a choo-choo train. All sisters going to hell. You gonna fuck me? Hello!